Commissioner Esposito,
Here.
Commissioner McDonald, Commissioner Toya.
Here.
I am present. Quorum is established. The minutes of June's meeting have been distributed. Unless there are corrections, I move that we approve the minutes as distributed. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes. The minutes are approved. I move that we approve today's agenda. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonough,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes. The agenda is approved. Now I will take continuances or withdrawals. If you have a continuance or withdrawal, please step forward.
Alderman. I think I didn't know. Come on. He doesn't know. Let the Alderman know he needs to come over here. I'm not sure he knows. Alderman.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. And number one, I just need to say how good it is to see you all in person after all these years. So I'm very happy to be here in person today. In any event, I'm here to ask for continuance for case 212-23-Z. And this is basically better off still communicating with the community. We had a big community meeting a few days ago with Alderman Lopez, and we're still working on some fine tuning of the plans and details. So per the Alderman's request, and the applicant has no objections, of course, so we would like to request continuance.
Okay. So this matter will be continued to September 15th, 2023, and no further notice will be given.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and welcome to our new member of the board. My name is Richard Tolf. I'm an attorney on two combined matters on page 6. It would be numbers 234 and 235. I'm going to reluctantly ask for a brief continuance. We have been working with DPD to address some of their comments. I think we're there, but we were only able to provide revised drawings late yesterday, and they have not had time to adequately review those. We're very hopeful that we can just get a 1-month continuous if that's at all available.
September is the earliest. So this is calendar numbers 234-23-S and 235-23-Z will be continued to September 15, 2023, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Chris Leach, and I represent the applicant in case number 216-23-S on page 3, third item on page 3. Wattage Inc. is the applicant. An issue has arisen with the lease for this location for the applicant. So it is not positive that he's going to have a lease for this location. So I had asked for a continuance for us to determine whether or not this case will go forward. If it does not, I will withdraw it before your next agenda so we don't take a spot on your agenda.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So this is calendar number 216-23-S will be continued to September 15th, 2023, and no further notice will be given.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and esteemed members of the board. For the record, my name is Sarah Barnes, and I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm here this morning asking for a deferral with regard to calendar number 20923S on page 2 of the agenda, common address 620 North Fairbanks Court. Due to certain facts that came to our knowledge only just this last week based on a FOIA request by myself, as well as further advisement from your staff, as well as the Department of Planning and Development. Our team would like just a little extra time to further prepare the case, engage with the community, and address some ongoing feedback. So also, in light of our, again, notice of a recusal from a member of the board, we would be proceeding with 3 members at this time, just because for the sake of prudence, we would like to wait and see if the mayor appoints an additional member, just so we have 4 voting members, if that would be okay. So a longer continuance would be fine, maybe to October.
Okay. All right, so this is calendar number 209-23-S will be continued to October 20th, 2023, and no further notice will be given.
And then just one more item, sorry, Mr. Chairman, for the record on this matter. This case was continued or deferred about 120 days due to a petition that was submitted by some of the objectors that have filed written objections with this board. So I just would ask, or at least have the record note that any future continuances or deferrals based on a lack of time to prepare for any objection case, maybe be given that weight accordingly.
I think that you should make that argument if it's made and
Okay.
I'll rule on it at that time.
Sounds perfect. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Right, any other continuances or withdrawals? Yeah. Okay. All right. We will call the first case.
First case, 2841 West 23rd Street.
Okay, will everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Oh, wrong case.
203-23Z, 2841 West 23rd Street.
Morning. Could you please state your name and address, please?
Cameron Sutton, the business address is 10748 East 4000 South Road in St. Anne, Illinois.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
All right, what brings you here today?
I control the entity that owns the property at 2841 West 23rd Street. It was built in 1890 and according to current setback requirements, it's too close to the curb. And in order for me to remodel the property, I need to get a setback variation so that I can build a porch so that the property is accessible.
Okay. So the owner is West of Western Developers for LLC.
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell me a little bit about the hardship for why you need this variation?
Well, I have about $200,000 invested in the property. I purchased it with a porch, but I was told by my architect that I could not get my plans approved and attain any permits to complete the renovations without a setback variation first. The way the property stands now, it's not habitable or has any real market value. So it's a tremendous hardship.
Is the new porch going to be on the prior footprint of the old porch?
Correct.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
No.
Okay, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up is calendar numbers 204-23-Z and 205-23-Z. This is 4545 South Vincennes.
Oh, you did.
Okay, would everyone planning to testify on this matter, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, are you Monica Allen?
I am.
All right, could you state your address, please?
4545 South of Vincennes Avenue.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right, and what brings you here today?
I'm requesting a variance to build a one-car garage in the rear of my home.
Okay, and why do you need the?
Because of the
variance?
lot size is less than the standard, it's like 18 and a half. I'm trying to maximize my space.
Okay.
So I'm requesting two variances, a set of setbacks.
Okay, and I see you have someone from Alderman Dowell's office here.
Correct.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman. Brian Friedman, Third Ward Alderman Pat Dowell's office. We work with Ms. Allen on this application and we fully support this application right now. So please pass this with your consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right, I have the lot is 18 and a half feet wide and 120 feet deep. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Any questions from the board? All right, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, 20623S, 1730 West 18th Street.
Okay, will everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you. Let's start with reading the Department of Planning and Development's recommendation. Nancy Radzovich, before I have you read it, could you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes,
Thank you. Please proceed.
the department, this is for case number 20623S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair and nail salon. The department finds that this proposal complies with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds the hair and nail salon will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of building scale and design and operating characteristics. Lastly, the proposed hair and nail salon is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
Okay, who is planning to testify first? You're in opposition?
Yes.
Just go over there.
Oh, then you, okay,
Opposition goes over there. She's opposition. Yeah. You guys are over there.
okay. Do we have the applicant?
I'll get that.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do for this case. Because there are objectors, the applicant, you need an expert when there's an objector. So we're going to continue the case so that to give you time to get an expert who can help you with this matter, okay? And then to the objectors, I just want to say that if you are here for an objection based on competition, competition is not a valid objection. It won't be recognized, okay? So with that, this is calendar number 206-23-S, and we are going to continue this matter to September 15, 2023, and no further notice will be given, okay?
Next case, 208-23-S, 72 East 75th Street.
What? Did you say 208? Victor, 207?
208. Oh, 207. 208.
I don't have 207. I didn't continue 207.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's 63rd Street. You're right. I'm sorry. Next case is actually 207-23.
So again, for clarity, we are calling calendar number 207-23-S, 4114 West 63rd. Okay, will everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Before we begin, we will have Nancy Radzovich from the Department of Planning and Development read the department's recommendation.
This is for calendar number 207-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair and nail salon. The department finds that this proposal complies with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds the hair and nail salon will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of building scale and design and operating characteristics. Lastly, the proposed hair and nail salon is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
Okay, who's gonna testify first?
Me.
Okay, could you state your name and address, please?
4114 West 76th Street, Chicago, Illinois, 62629.
And your name?
Alejandra Flores.
Thank you. And what brings you here today?
Mhm.
What brings you here today?
I am the owner.
Okay, and you're seeking a special use?
Yes, special use.
And the special use is to operate a hair and nail salon?
Correct.
Okay. And what are the hours you intend on keeping?
9 to 7.
Okay. And can you tell me a little bit about your experience in the industry?
But basically, I am the owner of not the property owner.
Okay. Are you the applicant? Okay. Can you state your name and address, please?
My name is Frida Landeros and my address is 7206 Sur Sawyer, Chicago.
Okay. And can you tell me about your experience in the hair and nail salon industry?
I've been in the industry for almost like 7 years. Like 2 years ago, I just got my license for esthetician, and I want to establish a salon to start working more, to gain more clients, have a business.
And are you planning on having any employees?
No,
So it's just going to be you?
yes. It is employees, yes.
And you've been doing this for how long, have you said?
I have, when I started, it's been like 6 years and just 2 years from statistician. So it's different license.
Sure. And so you have your licensed esthetician and a licensed cosmetologist?
As a nail tech. Nail tech.
Nail tech.
Yeah.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Okay, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Next case, 21023S. 1468 North Ashland.
Jump over us.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing?
72 East 75th Street, 20123F. Right?
Thank you, sir.
All right, will everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. We'll have Nancy Radzovich from the Department of Planning and Development read the department's recommendation. Oh, actually, I'll read the recommendation. This is the recommendation for calendar number 208-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair and nail salon. All right, who's the applicant? Could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Kiwana Thompson and the address is 72 East 75th Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60619.
Okay. And you're looking to open up a hair and nail salon?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell me about your experience in the industry?
So I've been selling hair for over 14 years and I've been in different salons selling my products. So I finally got into the shop here at 72 East 75th Street as a beauty supply owner for over 6 years. And I just wanted to expand my business and have a hair salon and a barbershop and nails with all in one umbrella.
Are you planning to hire any employees?
Yes, I am.
How many employees do you intend on having?
I would say about 4.
Okay. And from what you said, I'm gathering you're not a cosmetologist, is that correct?
No, I am not a
Okay.
cosmetologist. No.
So as far as the ones that will be cutting hair, you'll be hiring those people, is that correct?
Oh, yeah, they will all be licensed. Yes,
Okay.
that's correct. Mhm.
Okay. And same thing for the nails, you'll make sure that
Yes,
they're
everyone
licensed
will
as
be
well?
licensed. Yes. again.
Okay. The hours that you intend on keeping?
For the hours, I make sure that it's coincide with the community, the neighborhood hours for the salon.
And what were the hours that you
I
With your
believe they
application.
would be probably about from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m.
and would that be every day?
No, so that'll be Tuesday through Saturday, but as far as the stylist, it will go off appointment base.
Sure. And I see you have Kareem Musawir with you.
Yes, I do.
And the board does recognize Kareem's expertise.
Thank you.
Did you have anything to add, Mr. Musawir?
Yes, well, as the applicant indicated, she's already an operating business at this location. She's got a 18,000 square foot lot and she's got on and off street parking, about 30 spaces. There's a 3,098 square foot facility that she's rehabbing for the purposes of establishing and expanding her uses.
And you prepared a report in this matter?
I did.
And if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistent with that report, true?
That's true.
All right, thank you. Same thing for you, to the applicant. You prepared an affidavit in this matter?
Yes.
And if you're to continue to testify, you testify consistent with that affidavit, true?
Yes, I will.
Okay. Any questions from the board? All right, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much.
Case number 21023S 1468 North Ashland.
Right. Will everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. I will go ahead and read the department's recommendation. This is the recommendation for calendar number 210-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair and nail salon. Counselor Barnes, similar to what we did last month, if you could just sum it up in a minute or less, and then have your witnesses swear to their affidavits and reports.
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning once more to all the esteemed members of the board. For the record, my name is Sarah Barnes, and I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks, located at 221 North LaSalle Street. I do want to apologize. I'm a little under the weather this morning, so if any of you cannot hear me at any point or the court reporter, please just give me a sign. And just quickly before I begin, I would like to introduce the beautiful woman sitting behind me. She is our summer associate, Nicole Lopatinsky. As a couple of you, she is enduring her third year of law school at Chicago Kent, and hopefully by this time next year, she'll be appearing in front of this board. So just wanted to welcome her to
Welcome.
the fun. With no further ado, I'm happy to be here this morning on behalf of the applicant Room Incorporated, which was founded a few years ago by the gentleman sitting next to me, Nenad Milicevic, and his partner, Alexandra Dubovich. And that was they founded this in order to promote and manage salon suites throughout the city. They have a couple of properties that are mixed use. And so they actually have come before this board on two separate occasions. Previously for 1809 Chicago Avenue and a similar salon suites at 1431 Ashland Avenue. And they've had such great success and interest from other salon providers that they've decided to convert the first floor of this building into another salon suites. It will have 3 larger suites that will be available for service providers in the hair and nail industry. With that, they have been successfully, again, managing these types of salons for a few years now and have adopted the same operating plan and operating procedures for this salon as are set forth in our findings of fact. So with that, that provides the basis of the proposed special use. I will put my witnesses on really quick and take questions. Mr. Milicevic, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, hi, Nenad Milosevic, 3349 West Beach Avenue.
Thank you. And again, you founded Room Incorporated with your partner, Alexandra Dubovich, just a couple years or a few years ago now. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you have been managing these salon suites with your partner for the last few years.
yes,
And towards that end, is it true that when you lease out these salon suites, all of your tenants are licensed service providers in the specialty that they are providing?
yes,
Thank you. Mr. Milicevic, we provided a summary of your plan of operation and operating characteristics in the findings of fact that were submitted to this board prior here too. As well, your partner Alexandra Dubovich has provided a affidavit to the board attesting to those same facts. If you were to continue to testify here this morning, would your statements be consistent with all of the statements and facts set forth in the corresponding findings of fact and your partner's affidavit?
yes,
Thank you so much. Mr. Ryan, may you please state your name and address for the record?
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 9455 South Horn Avenue in Chicago.
Thank
And
you.
the board recognizes Mr. Ryan's expertise.
You read my mind, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Mr. Ryan, you were retained by the applicant to evaluate the subject property and the surrounding properties as well as the proposed use and to make an conclusion and determination as to whether or not the proposed salon suites at this location satisfy all the standards and criteria for a special use as set forth under the current zoning ordinance. Did you have an opportunity to make those evaluations in this case?
I did.
And was it your professional opinion based on such evaluations that the proposed salon suite at this location does in fact meet all the standards and criteria for a special use?
I examined each criteria separately and yes, it did.
And were those opinions set forth in your expert report that was tendered to the board prior to this hearing?
Yes,
And towards that end, then, Mr. Ryan, if you were to continue to testify here this morning, would your testimony be consistent with the statements and the opinions that were set forth in your expert report?
it would.
Thank you. And one last matter of fact for the board. Prior here to when we initially filed this application, the property was located in the second ward with Alderman Brian Hopkins. It has since moved into the first ward with Alderman Daniel Lispada. We have reached out to both aldermen with regard to this application. Both have no objection. As well, we have communicated with and the Alexandra and Neil or Nanad have met with the Wicker Park Bucktown Chamber of Commerce as well, who are very excited to see a new business in the neighborhood. With that, we'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Any questions from the board? Okay, we'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Victor, what's happening right now? Oh, we're not. Oh, I see.
Yes, I'm on this next case, right? That's for the next case.
Next case, 211-23S, 2137 Northwestern. Have a seat. I think he's
Yeah, let's pass it. For the record, we're passing on 211-23-S for the moment. We'll recall it later.
Next case, 213-23Z, 6221 West Catalpa.
Start.
Really?
Move on anything now?
You don't like my stickers?
All right, good morning. Would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you. All right, Counselor Pleka, if you could, in a minute or less, tell me what this case is about, and then have your witnesses swear to their affidavits, and we'll open it up for board questions.
I'd be very happy to, Mr. Chairman. Good morning again. My name is Agnes Plek. I'm an attorney with law firm of Jaffe in Berlin, located at 111 West Washington, Chicago. I represent Renata and Mariusz Dek. Renata is with me here today. They are also the owners of the subject property. And I have with me today as well, project architect, Tom Service. And very simply, this property is improved with an old building, very small building, single family, 1 story, built 66 years ago with 3-foot side setbacks, which are currently under the current RS2 legal non-conforming. Existing house, only 1,000 square foot of floor area, only 2 bedrooms. The applicants have occupied and lived at the property for 14 years. And they just need a little bit more space. So they're building an upper story addition. The addition, of course, has to follow the existing walls below for the structure stability. So because we have those existing non-conforming structure, we need those variations here today. And with that, I'm gonna call on Renata first. Renata, please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Renata Dek and my address is 6221 West Catalpa, Chicago, Illinois, 60630.
And Renata, due to those existing non-conforming conditions that I just described, it would be a great hardship for you if you had to demolish the building or build a 2nd-story addition with substantial setbacks? It would be a substantial hardship for you? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And strict compliance with the setbacks would cause you to either demolish the existing building or again, make a big setback on the 2nd floor, correct?
Correct. So strict compliance with the current site setbacks would require us to either demolish the existing house, dig up the existing foundation and rebuild it, or build the 2nd-story addition with substantial site setbacks from the existing walls below.
And without those variations, you will not be able to make any reasonable return on your investment. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay. And you signed the affidavit that we submitted to the board previously, which contain all your statements in support of the criteria for this variation?
Mhm.
And if I continue to question you, will your testimony be consistent with those statements contained in those
Yes.
affidavits? All right,
Yes.
thank you. That's all I have of her. Tom, state your name and address for the record.
Tom Cyrus.
Give him the microphone, please.
Thomas Cyrus. I'm with the Motive Design, the architect for the proposed project.
And Tom, you are very familiar with the subject property, with the subject neighborhood.
Correct.
And in order to ensure structural integrity, that upper story addition has to follow the walls below, correct?
Correct.
So the hardship is not really created by the applicant, it's created by the existing non-conforming conditions.
Yes.
And Tom, you signed the affidavit, which contain all your statements in support of the variation criteria,
Correct.
and we submitted your affidavit to the board.
Yes.
So if I continue to question you, will your testimony be consistent with those statements in the affidavit?
Correct.
So that is all.
Any questions from the board? All right, we'll take this matter under advisement.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
1423Z, 21523Z, 1212 West Drake.
All right, with those planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor, in a minute or less, if you could tell me what this case is about and then have your witness swear to their affidavit.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Chris Leach. I'm an attorney with the law offices of Ackerman LLP. I'm appearing this morning on behalf of the applicant Nicholas Hadley in connection with variance application for the property located at 1212 West Draper Street. Subject property is zoned RS3 and is a non-standard city lot in that is 49 feet in width and 60 feet, 0.15 feet in depth, as opposed to 25 by 125. The subject property is currently improved with a two-story single family home constructed by the previous owners and is currently under renovation. The property was improved with a detached garage that had a west side yard 0 setback. Mr. Headley is seeking 2 variances in order to reduce the side yard setback to replace the garage in the same location that his new garage in the same location as the previous garage, and also to add 251 square feet in order to add an addition to his second story level, which is within the allowed FAR increase that's permissible. The hardship in this case pertains to the non-standard size lot and challenging of renovating an existing structure to include modern features and amenities as opposed to starting with a vacant lot, a vacant standard size lot. So with respect to the side yard, we're replacing it to match the same location as the previous garage. And and again, as I mentioned, the FAR addition is a slight addition that is well within what is allowed by the board to approve. With that, I will introduce also, I just want to let the record know that Mr. Headley has contacted both neighbors, and we have letters of support from neighbors on each side. He has also contacted Alderman Knutson's office and advised him of the proposed plans, and has received a letter of support from the Wrightwood Neighbors Association as well. With that, Mr. Hadley, would you please state your name for the record?
Nicholas Hadley.
And you were the owner of the property,
Yes.
and you're also a licensed architect in the state of Illinois?
Yes.
And you have submitted an affidavit in support of your application in this case, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you were to testify today, would you testify consistent with that affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you very much. If you have any questions, we're willing to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions from the board?
No, I just want to say, I don't know if my other colleagues got any questions, but I just want to say I appreciate that you went to the Alderman's office and also the neighborhood group. That always helps me on deciding how I like to vote. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Yeah, unless there's any other questions.
Nope, hearing none, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, that's 211. Yeah, let's go back to that.
Recalling case 211-23S, 2137 Northwestern.
All right, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you. Counselor, if you could tell me why you're here in a minute or less, and then have your witnesses swear to their affidavits and reports, and then we'll open it up for board questions.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Attorney Robert Martinez appearing before you today, seeking a special use for a body art service where the applicant has applied for a business license at the property and received an official denial. We're here before the board today to proceed with the application of the body art service at the address of 2137 Northwestern Avenue. Present here today, ready to testify, is the owner applicant, Mr. Gladiel Mercado.
Before you go any further, let me read the department's recommendation. I should have done it at the beginning. This is the recommendation for calendar number 211-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the Body Art Tattoo Salon. Proceed.
At this time, I would like to open up the questioning for the witness. Mr. Mercado, how long have you been or first, can you please tell us about your qualifications as a tattoo artist?
So I got more than 20 years experience. This is gonna be my fourth tattoo store here. This is gonna be the first one here in Chicago. The last three one was in Puerto Rico. And the last one I lost for the Hurricane Maria. Take me a while for opening a new one, but finally I got the opportunity to open a new one here in Chicago.
And in order to engage in this body art business, what type of certifications or education have you undergone?
I got a art degree, plus I need to get a tattoo license and blood patterning for the tattoo artists. Everything is ready and done for that.
Where did you earn your certification for the tattoo body art?
First of all, you need to make the like apprenticeship and like a different tattoo shop. And after 1 year, 2 years, basically, they give you like a full certification for the tattoo artist. And you need to, the health department blood patterning certification too. You need to take some class and some tests. And after you done with that, you can take that license.
And you passed that exam, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
You said that you've had 3 tattoo shops before.
Before, yeah.
And you had a license to practice to body art, correct?
That's right. That's correct. Yeah.
Thank you. No further questions.
And you prepared an affidavit in this case, true?
Repeat again, sorry.
You signed an affidavit in this case in relation to this application.
Yeah, that's right.
And if you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistent with that affidavit, true?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Let me just handle Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan, you prepared a report in this matter, correct?
I did.
And the board has already recognized your expertise today. If you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistent with that report, true?
I would.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Where's your location in Puerto Rico?
In Rincon, the west side. Yeah.
All right, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Thanks.
Very good, Chairman.
218, 23F, 28, 29 North Clark.
Alderman Irving. Yeah.
Okay, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you. Okay, let me read the department's recommendation. It's a recommendation for calendar number 218-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed nail salon. Counselor, an opening of about a minute or less, and then please have your witnesses swear to their affidavits.
Will do. Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Chairman Sanchez and members of the Zoning Board of Appeals. For the record, my name is Aaron Dorsey of the Law Offices of Dyke and McGossett, and I'm here with Omerkan Baratova, the manager of the applicant entity, her business partner, Narilla Mamatova, and Michael Norris of BBG Real Estate, our expert witness. We come today to request a special use permit to establish a nail salon at the property located at 2829 North Clark Street. The applicant has already signed a lease at the subject site, but was not aware that a special use permit was necessary and is waiting for this approval in order to begin renovation and open for business. The subject site is located in the B3 zoning district and is an approximately 1,700 square foot tenant space that was formerly occupied by a nail salon. Nail salons are allowed by right in the B3 zoning district, but require special use in this case as there are other nail salons located within 1,000 feet of the subject site. Subject site is also located within a block of the intersection of Clark, Broadway, and Diversity Avenue, and along a retail corridor of Clark Street. We have sent out letters to the public and have been in communication with the alderman and his staff, and have received a letter of support from Alderman Lawson and provided that as part of the findings of fact. I'd like to move on to my witnesses.
Please do.
My first witness will be Omerkan Baratova. So Omerkan, you are the manager of the applicant entity, correct?
Yes, correct.
And I have prepared an affidavit of testimony on your behalf. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you have reviewed that testimony? Is that correct?
yes.
And if you were asked, sure. No.
If the witness maybe point the microphone more towards her.
And if asked to testify today, would your testimony be substantially in conformance with that affidavit? Is that
Yes,
correct?
yes,
Okay,
correct.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to Michael Norris.
Yes.
Thank you. Michael, you are a licensed appraiser in this state of Illinois, is that correct?
Yes.
And you completed a special use report in connection with the special use?
Yes.
Thank you. And I prepared an affidavit of testimony on your behalf, is that correct?
Yes.
And you have reviewed that affidavit of testimony?
Yes.
And if asked to testify today, would your testimony be substantially in conformance with that affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. Chair, that concludes my case. We have any questions if you have.
Any questions from the board? All right, we'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Going back to case 217-23S, 6030 South Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Drive.
Okay, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and read the department's recommendation. This is the recommendation for calendar number 217-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a community center in the proposed single-story commercial building with addition, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Future Ties NFP, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site plan, floor plan, and elevations dated July 18, 2023, prepared by Hirsch MPG LLC, and the landscape plan dated July 18, 2023, prepared by Daniel Weinbach and Partners LTD. Counselor, same story here, a minute or less open, and then have your witnesses swear to their affidavits.
All right, thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chairman Sanchez and members of the Zoning Board of Appeals. For the record again, my name is Aaron Dorsey of the Law Offices of Dykem Gossett, and I'm here with Jennifer Maddox, the Executive Director of the applicant Future Ties, Sarah Sutor of Hirsch MBG, the project architect, and Michael Norris of BBG Real Estate, our expert witness. We come today to request a special use permit to establish a community center at the property located at 6330 South Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. The subject site is located in the B3 zoning district and is an approximately 26,000 square foot building with an off-street parking lot that was previously used as a Walgreens store until its closure. Subject site is located in close proximity to the Parkway Gardens housing development and within a block of the CTA Green Line station. Future Ties has been providing after-school activities and mentoring programs for youth in the neighborhood since 2011 and plans to expand its services to the community at the new development. Sure. As part of the new development, the proposed community center will house a gymnasium, classroom space, multipurpose rooms, and a kitchen. And in compliance with parking determination by the Department of Planning and Development, the applicant will add 5 pickup and drop-off spaces in the parking lot and will add paving markings and on-site signage to ensure one-way circulation of traffic throughout the parking lot is made clear. We've had extensive community outreach and have held community meetings on our own and as part of Alderwoman Taylor's community development process. And through those meetings, the project has been well received and supported by the community. In addition, as part of the community development process, the community voted to approve the special use and Alderwoman Taylor has provided a letter of support, which should be attached as part of the findings of fact.
Yes, we have it.
And if I could move on to my witnesses.
Please do.
First, I will turn to Jennifer Maddox. Jennifer, you are the Executive Director of Future Ties, is that correct?
Correct.
Well, maybe, take that microphone right there. Thank you.
Yes, correct.
And I prepared an affidavit of testimony on your behalf, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And you have reviewed that affidavit of testimony, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And if called upon to testify today, would your testimony be substantially in conformance with that affidavit?
Yes, it would. Correct.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to move on to the architect, Sarah Sudor. Thank you. Sarah, you are a licensed architect in the state of Illinois, is that correct?
Yes,
And you are the project architect for the project, correct?
yes,
And I prepared an affidavit of testimony on your behalf, is that also correct?
yes,
And you have reviewed that affidavit of testimony?
yes,
And if called upon today to testify, would your testimony be substantially in conformance with that affidavit?
yes,
Thank you. And my last witness, Michael Norris. Michael, again, for the record, you are a licensed appraiser in the state of Illinois, is that correct?
Yes.
And you completed a special use report in connection with the special use application of the property?
Yes.
And I prepared an affidavit of testimony on your behalf, is that correct?
Yes.
And you reviewed that affidavit?
Correct.
And if it called on to testify today, would your testimony be substantially in conformance with that affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, any questions from the board? It looks like a great project. We'll take this matter under advisement.
Thank you, Chair.
Next case. 1923Z 10320 South Wallace.
All right, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you. Counselor Augustine, you know the drill. Please proceed.
Thanks. Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Fred Augustine with the law offices of Augustine Associates LLC. I'm here on behalf of the applicant Milton Grady. Applicant owns the property at 10320 South Wallace Street. It's currently improved with a two-story single-family residence. When the applicant acquired the property back in 2017, the existing home was already improved with second-floor dormers and a rear two-story addition. In 2021, there was a fire that took place at the house. During the building permit process to fix the home, it was discovered that the second-floor dormers and the two-story addition were built without a permit. So as a result, the applicants need to lawfully establish these improvements. In order to do that, we are seeking variations to reduce the combined side setback from the required 8.4 feet to 4.9 feet, north side setback from 4.4 feet to 1.9 feet with a 3-foot south side setback. Here with me this morning is the applicant Milton Grady and our project architect Furman Senga. And then, Mr. Chairman, briefly, the hardship here is the existing home that's 98 years old, doesn't comply with side setbacks. The dormers and the addition are essentially aligned with the walls of the existing home, thus also not maintaining the same setbacks. So with that, first witness, Mr. Grady, please state your name and address for the record.
Milton Grady, 10320 South Wallace.
You and your wife own the property is that correct?
Yes.
And just to be clear, when you bought the home back in 2017, the second floor dormer and the rear story addition were already built, is that right?
Yes.
So you're here to lawfully establish these improvements?
Yes.
And you are seeking variations to reduce the side setbacks, is that right?
Yes.
You execute an affidavit, which I submitted to the board on your behalf, is that right?
Yes.
And if we continued, your testimony be consistent with that affidavit, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Senga? Please state your name and address for the record.
Furman Senga, 116 West Hubbard Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60654. Hubbard Street.
And you have testified before the board as an expert witness in architecture, is that correct?
Yes.
If I could have Mr. Senga recognized as an expert witness in architecture.
It's a variation, so we don't recognize experts, but
Yep.
so noted.
So just briefly, Mr. Senga, isn't it true that the existing home does not comply with the required size setbacks? Is that right?
Yes.
And as I stated, the second floor dormers and rear story addition are aligned with the walls of the existing home. Is that right?
Yes.
Therefore, they also don't comply with the side setbacks.
Yes.
You execute an affidavit, which I submitted to the board on your behalf.
Yes.
And if we continued, your testimony would be consistent with your affidavit. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions for my witnesses. We're here to answer any questions the board may have.
Any questions from the board? All right, we'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
3 cases, 20, 1.50, 222, 23, 241, 243, South.
All right, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Pleka, please proceed.
My name is Agnes Pleka. I'm an attorney with law firm of Jaffe and Berlin located at 111 West Washington. I represent the applicant X Properties, Inc., the owner of the property. And I have with me both Esmeralda and Andres on behalf of the applicant. I also have Mario Cruz, the project architect. And very simply, I know it looks like we are asking for a lot of relief, but basically what we're doing is we're just preserving status quo. So this was an improper division of a zoning lot, which was done by prior owners, 2006, 2004. So my clients owned the vacant lot. the neighbors own the existing building, which is non-conforming. The only building on this lot, which is at the rear of the property. They've been talking together, they've been cooperating. My clients are actually giving the sidewalk easement to the neighbors so that the existing sidewalk can stay as is without any changes. So again, we are just legalizing status quo. And with that, I'm going to ask Esmeralda to state your name and the address for the record.
Esmeralda Hernandez, 5243 South Linder, 60638.
And Esmeralda, you're the president of the applicant's company.
Yes, I am.
You're very familiar with the block, with the subject property.
Correct.
And you talked to your next door neighbors and you promised to give them a sidewalk easement so that they can continue having the sidewalk as they have it right now, correct?
That is correct.
There are no changes proposed to the existing house that the neighbor own.
No,
So we are legalizing the status quo as this was done years ago by the prior owners.
correct.
Okay. And you submitted an affidavit which contain your statements in support of the criteria of these variations.
Yes, I do.
And if I continue to question you, will your testimony be consistent with those statements?
Yes.
Okay, that is all that I have for her. Mario?
Yes, my name is Mario Cruz and 2450 West Division Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60647.
And Mario, without these variations, the only other alternative would be to demolish the existing building, which obviously the clients do not own, so that's not an option. So without the variations, the lot would just remain unbuildable and vacant,
That is correct.
which is a great hardship.
That's absolutely.
And since these are existing conditions, our variations will not impair light or air to the adjacent properties.
That is correct.
Okay. And you signed the affidavit in support of these variations?
Yes, I do.
And if I continue to question you, will your testimony be consistent with those statements contained in the affidavit?
Yes, of course.
So that's our case. If you have any questions, we're happy to answer them.
Any questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you so very much.
Next case, 22323 S 3407 North Harlem.
Yeah, totally, totally, exactly. It's a good analogy. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, okay, great. Good morning.
Good morning.
Would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Before we begin, are you part of the applicant? Okay, great. Let me go ahead and read the, oh,
No.
you're an objector? Okay, okay. All right,
Yeah, I'm just the applicant. These are all.
these are all objectors?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. All right, I'm going to go ahead and read the department's recommendation. This is the recommendation for calendar number 223-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed barber shop. Counselor, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Mark Kupiec, 77 West Washington, represent the applicant. I have with me today on behalf of the applicant, Joel Calderon, sitting beside me. And next to Joe, we've got Joseph Ryan, LaSalle Appraisal Group as our expert witness.
And the board has already recognized Mr. Ryan's expertise today.
Thank you. And we're here for a special use for a barber shop. When Joel went to apply for his license, they said there was another license within 1,000 feet and he was required to get a special use. And we filed for the special use, and that brings us here today. Subject property is improved with a commercial building, an existing old commercial building with a vacant storefront, and Joel's LLC has an agreement to rent that storefront, which has been vacant for some time, and open up a barber shop. And he'll testify. He's a licensed barber. He's been working for years, developing a good reputation, nice clientele. Many of those customers living in the general vicinity. So very much in the interest of his customers and clients to locate his own shop where he proposes to. And that's our introduction. I think with that, I'll start with Joel. Joel, would you state your name and your business address?
Yes, my name is Joel Calderon for the record. It's 3407 North Harlem.
And Joel, are you licensed by the state of Illinois as a barber?
Yes, sir.
All right. How long have you been working as a barber?
About 14 years now.
Okay. And during that time, have you acquired a clientele, customers who come back for repeat business?
Yes, sir.
And Joel, do many of those customers live in the general vicinity of the subject property here on Harlem?
Yes, sir.
So Joel, is it true that it would be in the convenience of your customers and clients to locate where you are so they would have easy access to return to you for haircuts?
Yes, correct.
Good. And also true, your LLC has an agreement with the landlord to rent this commercial storefront?
Yes, sir.
And the storefront's vacant at the present time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Joel, the size, we had submitted a floor plan with our application, is that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's the floor plan that you would propose roughly to follow in the existing space.
Yes, sir.
And Joel, in addition to that floor plan, is there also some area space at the rear of the building on this lot?
Yes, sir.
And will you have access for your customers to park in that rear area?
Yes, sir.
And about how many parking spaces?
Give or take 6.
Okay. In addition, at that stretch of Harlem Avenue, is there adequate street parking?
Yes, sir.
So enough parking for your expected customers.
Yes.
And Joel, what type of services are you going to offer there?
Just haircuts, barbering.
Okay. And Joel, curiosity, mostly men, mostly women?
Mostly men. Yeah.
All right. So in some respects, limited compared to some of the beauty shops that you might see elsewhere in the city.
Yes, sir.
All right. And Joel, did you sign an affidavit that I prepared for you earlier in connection with this case here today?
Yes, sir.
And Joel, if I continue to question you, would your testimony be consistent with this affidavit?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's all I have of Joel, unless you had a more specific, Joel, I'm sorry if I could retract. Joel, about how many workstations would you expect?
About 5.
And Joel, what would be the proposed hours of operation?
9 to 7.
Okay, that's all I have, Joel, unless you had a specific question.
Joel, how long have you been a barber?
14 years.
14 years. Okay. And have you ever had your own shop before?
Never. This is my first time.
First one?
Yes.
Okay.
And Joel, during those 14 years, did you work in the same vicinity of this particular neighborhood?
Yes, sir.
Which is why you've got your customers and clients in the neighborhood.
Yes, yes, sir.
Good.
So quick question. I
Sure.
mean, I think you asked the right question. So you cut here in this area for the last 14 years, basically?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. And so that's why you want to open a shop in this area, because you have customers that will most likely follow you to this location.
Yes, correct.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
And are you planning any renovations or updates to the exterior of the building at all?
No, ma'am.
Or anything?
No, ma'am.
All right, with that, Joe Ryan. Joe, would you state your name, address, and occupation?
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 9455 South Point Avenue in Chicago.
Joe, you had prepared a report in connection with your testimony here today.
I did.
That report has your resume and qualifications.
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman, that report had been submitted with our findings of fact.
Yes, and we have it.
Thank you. And Joe, you were out there, so you're familiar with the subject property and the surrounding neighborhood.
Yes.
And you heard the proposed use of this property with the special use.
Yes.
Joe, in your opinion, does this special use meet all the standards and qualifications of the zoning ordinance with respect to a special use?
It does. I examined each of the criteria in my report and the proposed use meets all of them.
And Joe, are you also of the opinion that a special use for a barber shop at this location is in the public convenience?
Yes.
Joe, if the special use is granted and the barber shop's open, do you see the special use having any adverse effect on the surrounding community or neighborhood?
No, none whatsoever.
Good. And Joe, with respect to the property, it's already improved with an existing commercial building?
Yes, it's going to take a vacant storefront on Harlem Avenue and
Yeah, the building, yeah, and the building in which it's located is compatible with other buildings along that.
oh,
stretch
yes,
of Harlem.
you can see in the picture there, it's one-story commercial building. And Harlem Avenue up and down is improved with the same types of buildings.
Joe, also true that these 100% commercial buildings are assessed for real estate tax purposes at the highest level?
Right, 25% level of assessment compared to residential, which is at 10%.
Also true that a landlord could get a vacancy reduction if his property is vacant?
Yes, so it'll contribute to the tax base.
Right. And Joe, general commercial real estate market in this neighborhood, a little tough right now for landlords to find good tenants?
Well, since COVID, the increase in vacancies along storefronts has been catastrophic for landlords, and this would be a good tenant, take up 1,200 square foot space.
Good. And so not only important for the applicant, but also important for the landlord to get a tenant in there.
Probably more important for the landlord.
Good. And Joe, you heard the hours of operation, operating characteristics sound like the operating characteristics would be compatible with other businesses along that strip?
Sure, most businesses along that strip have similar hours.
Good. And as you can see from the picture, Joe, this is a storefront on the first floor. So the building is designed to be pedestrian friendly. Is that correct?
Absolutely. And it has, as the applicant mentioned, 6 off-site spaces or on-site spaces, which are a little unusual for this strip of Harlem Avenue.
Good. Thank you, Joe. That's all I have of Joe. Mr. Chairman, I would like to mention that after we filed this application, I did get a call from the local Alderman Nick Sposato. And Nick told me he actually had an existing barber contact him regarding this application. And he had some questions about generally whether a new barber shop would compete with the old barber shop. I advised the Alderman at that time that zoning board is land use, and they look at the land use issues and not the competition issues.
That's absolutely correct. We do not hear competition arguments.
Good. And because the Alderman did call when this case was actually scheduled, I did call the Alderman back as a courtesy to tell him that we had this hearing today.
Okay.
For what it's worth.
Okay. Are there any questions for the applicant before we move to the objectors? All right, let's start with the objectors. Sir, if you'd like to state your name and address, please. Take the
business name, address or my address?
Give me your address. Actually, give me your, are you a barber? Are you a barber?
I'm the owner of the shop.
You're the owner of a barber shop. Oh,
It's a family business. My mom, she's right here. And
Okay.
I'm running the business.
What's the zoning?
okay. State your name, please.
Adam Gallia,
Okay. Could you spell your last name, please?
Ghalyeh.
Thank you. And what is the address of your barber shop?
The address of the barber shop, 3433 North Harlem Avenue.
Okay. Now, I want to make sure here that you have an objection that is related to zoning
Yes.
and not related to competition, because we do not hear arguments that there are too many barber shops or they're going to take my business away. We do not get involved in competition. This is just whether it meets the standards for a special use. So please proceed if you have an objection in that regard.
Okay, my objection is I'm start with this right here, like I know by law, when there is a hearing, each business is supposed to get a letter by mail like this, stating that there is a hearing on this day. I'm here to say, first of all, there's 4 barber shop in that one block. No barber shop received a letter. I went to the business yesterday to check on my workers. My neighbor, my next 2 doors neighbor asked me, oh, did you get a letter like this? There's a hearing tomorrow.
Sir, I'm gonna stop you right now because notice is waived as to you because you are here. So you clearly got notice.
Oh, clearly got
So-
notice, that's fine.
Please move on to another point.
And, okay, well, can I just know what's the special use? And I know by law, there is supposed to be like a barber shop within 1,000 feet. And we are right now, within 250 feet, there's 3 barber shop. And down the block is 300 feet, there's another shop. So 4 shops within a block and a half.
Okay,
And again, if you didn't understand what I'm saying, if I don't speak it clearly, I can get a continuous and get my lawyer, because I couldn't get a lawyer because I just found out about this yesterday.
to the extent that that's a request for a continuance, it's denied. I do understand what you're saying. Do you have any other objection?
No, sir.
All right, next, sir, could you state your name and address, please?
Very good morning. My name Juma Awad, Juma Awad, living for 34 North Harlem. Since 3 years, we have a big problem with the traffic, the street. A 3 barber shop in this area, a plus a smoke shop. We can't, I'm sick, is my wife sick? We have a $6,000 in 2 years parking ticket. I want to go and put my car a 3 block away. And from 8 in the morning to 9:30 p.m. is busy for the barber shop. And I don't know about the new barber shop from one guy across the street. He said, did you receive a letter? I said, no. After that, I start taking pictures and video in my phone for this gentleman in his new barber shop. He's not supposed to have anything until the court gave him a license. Then he don't care. I have a proof. If I don't have a parking from 8 to 9:30, then where I have to go? I can't work, just I pay ticket. And we not receive, if the whole neighborhood receive a paper, 200 people coming to the court, but no, we find out by the website. We need to continue to, and I have to give the neighborhood a paper. If you give me a paper, the court, I pass it to the neighborhood. And it was everybody, nobody know that. I have a video and pictures, furniture inside, chairs, TV, everything is ready to work before you have a license. Where we have to park the car.
I got a question. So this is on Harlem Avenue, right? Which is a commercial street, right? So there's parking meters up and down Harlem Avenue as well, right?
Oh, no.
This is not a residential street. So a commercial street is a commercial street. So that's why it's zoned as a commercial. Is this zone Z or is this zone B, Victor? On Harlem. So by law, you can have businesses on this street, right? It's a commercial street, right? So it's a commercial street. Your argument is right if it was on a residential street.
You're
but
right.
This is on a commercial street.
You're right.
So I've been on this board for like 13 years now. So it is zoned right. Again, I'm up here to make zoning decisions. So parking on a commercial street is okay. There are parking meters on the street. So that's why you have the parking meters to turn over parking. So
Yeah.
it's a commercial street. I'm
There's
here to
no-
make zoning
there's
decisions.
no-
It's a
there's
commercial
no
street.
meter in the street. If you talk about commercial, okay, look.
That doesn't matter. I gotta go on the laws that are on the books. The laws that are on the book is that this is zoned as a commercial street. It's not a residential street. Your argument would make sense if it was on a residential street.
This is the
Sorry,
problem
sir,
for the
that's my opinion.
Is the barber shop, the customer wait 2-3 hours, but if you talk about some mattress store, he took the mattress and he leave in 1 minute.
It's
But
a
for
commercial
12
street.
hours,
It's
the
a
customer
commercial
waiting.
street. That's why we have commercial streets here in the city of Chicago.
Okay, about the
Commercial
paper,
businesses.
we are supposed to receive a paper for the neighborhood. This is the law say that. Then we need continue to, I bring all my neighborhood, is a lot of apartment and building in the street. We bring the people, we need continue, because nobody know about that. He not give nobody paper.
The request for a continuance is denied.
Yeah, we need continue.
No, it's denied.
It's denied.
Oh, wow.
This is not, now,
It's
not
not a
fair.
fair court. So
It's
what,
not
so
fair.
what is about the 1,000 feet law that has the barber shop to be away 1,000 feet from each other?
Look, competition, which is essentially the argument you're making right now, is not a valid zoning objective. Right, I
My question is,
cannot
So can I
make-
just get a lawyer? Why, it's my right to get a lawyer, because if the law say there's 1,000 feet for a
Right, and
barber shop and you
that's-
say it's denied,
That's why someone has to come for a special use when it's within 1,000 feet of another barber shop.
Okay, why the court, she tells anybody, here the paper, give to your neighborhood, and here we not do.
we wasn't ready for this.
We not
telling you,
received
we
nothing.
wasn't ready for this. Until we found out, I'm telling you, my neighbor gave me this yesterday, saying that, do you know about this? We wasn't ready for this. So I'm asking for a continuance. I need a lawyer.
The request is denied.
Oh, because Arabian is American, this is the
Sir,
problem.
No,
Yes,
sir,
sir.
I've ruled that has nothing
No,
to do
sir.
with it.
No, sir, it's not right.
Excuse
like
me, you're
this.
out of order.
We have American citizen like everybody in America. We have a right to say, the law say not denied. You have to give all neighborhood a paper to know about the court. But if I pay $50,000 to the lawyer,
I
he
guess,
win.
I guess because they know the mayor and
Oh,
everything.
thank you.
It's not denied.
Good luck. Make a burger and make-
Let me say, yeah, yeah.
Sir, you're out of order.
So are you telling me I cannot get a continuance to get a lawyer?
Your request is denied.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, Counselor, rebuttal.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to go back to Joel Calderon. Joel, did you go yourself to the city to apply for the business license?
Yes, sir.
And did you personally get the official denial where they told you to come for the special use?
Yes, sir.
And they told you needed a special use because there was another license within 1,000 feet?
Hold up.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
You need a special use.
Start,
Oh, I'm sorry.
restart the
Oh,
question.
sure, sure. And did they tell you you needed a special use because there was another license within 1,000 feet?
Yes, sir.
And did you ask them how many barber shops were within that 1,000 feet?
Yes, sir.
And what'd they tell you?
One.
Okay, one barber shop.
Yes.
And of course, you've been to the site, you've been up and down that block, and how many other barber shops have you seen there?
There's just one.
Okay, so just one other barber shop along that stretch of Harlem Avenue.
Correct, sir.
Good. I just wanted to clarify that there obviously could be beauty shop, beauty salon, nail salon, but only one other barber shop, just to put things in perspective. And the services that you're offering is hair cutting and primarily men.
Yes, sir.
Good. I believe that's all we have. And Mr. Chairman, if it helps the record any, actually Adam called me yesterday and I tried to explain to him that the barber shop is like any other special use and the notice goes to property owners. I buy a search, I order a search, they give me property owners' name and address off the tax bill. So notices are sent to property owners and unfortunately not to tenants. That's just the way the system works. And my list is submitted with the application, and actually zoning board sends out the notice for today. So if that helps understand a little bit, it's property owners just like any other special use, and there's no special requirement for a barber shop.
And I understand too from your prior comment that you got a call from the alderman who had heard from another barber in the area. And so that is some evidence that notice was received by at least some folks in this area.
Absolutely. I was a little surprised.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
But again, from my conversation, I think part of the confusion is it's a special use like any other, and the notice goes to property owners, not to tenants, for what it's worth.
Are there any other questions from the board? All right, we'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Case 2423 S
Can
32.
you wait a few minutes?
Yeah, no problem.
Ken, yes. Okay, you're gonna sit here. And the applicant next to you. You thought I had.
All right, will everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Yes, okay. Let me go ahead and read the department's recommendation. This is the recommendation for calendar number 224-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed massage establishment on the ground floor of an existing one-story mixed-use building, provided one, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Jiangzhen Xu LLC. The establishment maintains clear, non-reflective windows on the street-facing building facade, which shall not be painted over, darkened, or obstructed in any way, so that the reception and waiting area is visible from the street. And 3, prior to issuance of business license and certificate of occupancy, the required ornamental fence has been installed around the existing parking lot in accordance with section 17-11-0202-C to bring the site into compliance with the landscape ordinance. Councilor Kupiec, please proceed.
Yes. And Mr. Chairman, if I had a question about one of that last condition on the recommendation, proper time to bring it up now or at the end?
Well, why don't you bring it up now?
Okay. It was just that, and I understand the ornamental fence, okay, the ordinance is the ordinance, all right? The applicant is looking to rent one small storefront in this retail strip center. Retail strip center is older, it's been there for a while, and does not have the ornamental fencing, okay? She's only renting the one storefront, a rather small storefront, I think 1,100 square feet or something, not very big, given the sense of the whole center. And certainly the landlord's subject to the code, with or without this special use, with or without her business. And I was just trying to anticipate after we're done here, they were, and you're gonna meet Mr. Chen. He was trying to help them with the lease, with the license, and then now with the special use. When they go back for their business license, my only concern was that last condition about the ornamental fencing, which is of course beyond her control. The landlord is the property. And even if that were not a condition of this, the landlord would still be subject to it.
Let me pose, or let's see if we can get a response from Nancy Radzovich from the Department of Planning and Development.
Hi,
Nancy?
Mr. Chairman. Thank you. We've evaluated in this, and in fact, this has been something that has come up recently. We had a project last month as well that had a similar circumstance. The issue with this ornamental fence is it's not tied to, like other aspects of the landscape ordinance, it's not tied to the cost of construction or the compared to the assessed valuation of the property, which is the typical trigger when you're seeing an existing property and whether to apply the landscape ordinance. The requirement for ornamental fencing is for everyone. It's for existing properties, existing fences. And there was a date specified within the zoning ordinance that every property owner is supposed to come into compliance with that section of the code. The reason that we have it tied to the certificate of occupancy and or license is because the first of the special use criteria specifically states that the proposal or the property is compliant with all aspects of the code. In this case, it's not. So in order to ensure that the property is code compliant, we need that fence installed in order to basically proceed with the special use because it's not a code compliant site right now. Does that make sense?
Response?
And certainly I understand what Nancy's saying. Code requires ornamental fencing and the property owners should put them up, okay? And we actually did, for what it's worth, Nancy had notified us previously about this, and I thank her for her explanation. She's always very good explaining why we need what we need. And we forward it all to the landlord, and I'm not suggesting that he will have a problem doing it. I'm just saying for the special use for the massage establishment, this little 1,100 square foot storefront, even if she wanted to, she wouldn't have the ability to put the fence up on his property because it's part of the parking area. So I would just hate for her sake to delay her license, delay her occupancy, waiting for the landlord to bring himself in compliance. And he is still subject to the ordinance, even if this is denied or even if she doesn't open up shop. So I don't think it changes the code or his responsibility, but it might delay her licensing procedure if she's got to wait. I'm not sure what his situation is with respect to the property line and all that in the parking area. So I was just being an attorney trying to protect her a little bit on the business licensing because she was originally hopeful this would be a simple case. And that's the one little twist here that could cause her a problem.
Right. Now, I guess a question I'll pose to you is, are you asking us to approve this application, but strike the third recommendation? And if we don't agree with you, do you want us to deny it?
No, I would not like you to deny it. And again, the only client I represent is a gang. She's my only client. And we talked to the landlord. He said he was going to put up a fence. Okay. I'm just saying, you know, he's a landlord of this retail strip center. We have no control over him or his timing or whatnot. She was hoping after she got this resolution, she could go in there and finish up that business license. So that's all I was trying to accomplish.
Right.
And I understand the requirement. We're not talking about the requirement.
Right.
The requirement is there with or without this case. So we're not arguing that. I was just looking at the timing, and especially on a special use, you certainly have the ability to impose conditions. But I would just question, this particular condition is not one under her control. So that was the small legal technical point I was trying to make, that maybe it's not an appropriate condition for this special use for her little storefront. So that was my point.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, but why don't you proceed with your case?
Okay, good. I have with me today, thank you for allowing me to raise that. I have in the middle seat, Gang Zhang Zhu, and she is the manager and sole member of the LLC applicant that proposes to rent this space and open up the massage establishment. And I have, as part of the team, next to me, I have Mr. Chen, and then further down, Mr. Chen's wife. And I brought them all along because actually his wife she's a massage therapist, plans to work in the shop. And Mr. Chen was actually helping with the details, like the lease, the business license, and now the special use. So he's got personal knowledge of the case, but he's also here as a translator if we need to translate a little bit. So that's kind of my explanation of the team. So I'm going to and I guess I'll just get my overview is it's an old retail strip center. I think they told us 1987, 1989. So it's been there a number of years. She's got one storefront in the middle of that strip center that she's looking to lease and open up a massage establishment, which obviously requires the special use in the zoning district. And that is why we are here. So with this, and Mr. Chen he may testify, but he also may interpret because Gang
Oh,
is.
all right,
English is weak.
let me swear him in
Good.
as an interpreter as well then. He's already been sworn in as a witness, but Mr. Chen, will you please raise your right hand? First of all, what's the language you'll be interpreting? Is it Mandarin?
Yeah, Chinese Mandarin, yeah.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm to accurately translate Mandarin to English and English to Mandarin?
Yes, it's better, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Good. So Mr. Chen, for the record, state your name and your business address.
The address?
The address, yeah.
Yeah, 3243 North Harlem.
Okay, and also, would you state your name, your full name? Your full name, your
My
full
name
name.
is Ning Hua Chen. It's
Oh.
a name, it's NENGHUACHEN,
Good.
last name.
And Mr. Chen, was I correct that you were trying to help her with the lease of the premises, the storefront on the subject property? Got to speak up loud because they've got to make a record. Your answer?
Yes,
Good. And you're also down at City Hall trying to help her with her business license?
yes,
And they told you there that you needed this special use
yes,
and you're trying to help with the special use?
yes.
Good. Now, Mr. Chen, I would like you to translate. I'm going to ask questions now of Gang Zhengzhu, and you're going to translate my question in English to her in Mandarin. Okay?
Okay.
So Gang, please state your full name.
My talk,
You talk to her in Mandarin.
你叫什么名字？你的名字？对对，感恩坚信。
My name is Geng Zhenxiu.
Okay, and it's fine for her to say Mandarin. You're going to repeat it for the board. So state her name.
Yeah, it's Geng Zhenxiu.
Good. And Gang, is it true that you are both the manager and sole member of the LLC? You say that to her in Mandarin.
你说是的。
Yes,
Good. And is it your intention to rent this storefront at 3243 North Harlem?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your plan to operate a massage establishment in this storefront?
是的，是的。
yes,
Okay. Gang, is it true you were in my office with Mr. Chen, assistance as an interpreter? And I asked you some questions and we prepared an affidavit with certain answers for you that you signed. Is that true?
是你签的吗？你说是的。
yes,
Good. And you had the assistance of Mr. Chen as an interpreter when this affidavit was prepared and signed.
你说是的。
yes,
Good. And Chen, if I continue to ask you questions, would your answers be the same as what you told me when this affidavit was signed?
yes.
Okay, that's all I have of Gang. With that, Joe Ryan. And again, Mr. Chen's wife here only because she's a licensed massage therapist, if there was a question. So I think she's here just for questions. She doesn't have much to add.
Okay.
Joe Ryan, state your name, address, occupation.
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President LaSalle Appraisal Group, with offices at 9455 South Hoyne Avenue in Chicago.
Good. Joe, you prepared a report in connection with your testimony here today.
I did.
That's been submitted on your behalf.
It has.
Joe, in your opinion, does this special use for this use meet all the requirements of the ordinance?
It does.
And if you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistent with your report?
Yes, I would, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's
Are there
all I
any
have.
questions from the board?
I just have one question on the lease. Has that already been signed? And if so, is someone with the business obligated to pay that rent through the term regardless of whether the business opens or not?
Obligated to pay what?
Pay
Right.
rent under the lease regardless of whether the business opens or not. They're just conferring. They're just conferring. Okay. Could you have him answer the question into the microphone?
Absolutely. Jen, you got to answer the microphone.
Yeah, okay.
Does she have to pay, if they deny the case today, if they would deny the case today, would she still have to pay rent under that lease?
Yeah, paid just a month. Yeah, we start just a month.
Okay, so you're obligated under that lease regardless of whether or not the massage business is able to open.
Yes.
Okay.
So just to make sure I think it is clear, but this lease is not contingent on the granting of the special use. Do you understand the question?
Yes. So you said that the lease, what the,
So the question is whether, so you've signed a lease already for the property, is that true?
yes.
Okay. And is there anything in that lease that says that if the special use is not granted, that the lease is null and void?
Yeah, with the lease is for we signed it before, maybe 4 months to go, signed the lease, and we just keep it winning for and passed it today, and we need to stop, pay it just a month.
Could you say that again? And just lean closer to the mic so the court reporter can hear you.
Yeah, I understand it'll be.
But she's asking if they deny this today. Okay, this is not automatic. If they deny it, would she still have to continue to pay rent?
Yes.
Even if she can't open, even if she can't operate?
Yeah, he need to pay. Yeah, he need to pay just for just June 1st.
Okay, I just to try to clarify, to be honest, and the reason why I didn't give you an answer is I was not involved in the lease negotiation. They just hired me just to do the special use. And that's why he was trying to help out with that. I've been in touch with the real estate agent, who was very interested in the case and the discussion about the fence and whatnot, and very interested that the case is up here today and it's going ahead and going forward. I actually did not. I kind of assumed that that there probably was a contingency because everyone was looking forward to the hearing here, but I haven't seen it, so I couldn't answer directly.
Has the applicant already started paying rent? You said June 1st.
Yeah, no, the path today is for the pay the June 1st. Yeah, before no pay the money.
So you will pay him rent. You've already started,
Yeah,
and you will continue to pay him rent for the duration of the lease, for the whole period of the lease.
yes.
And how long is the lease?
Business
The
opens.
lease is almost 3 years. I think 3 years.
A 3-year
Yeah,
lease?
3 years. Yeah.
And so you will owe rent for 3 years, even if you can't open a business?
So we before we need 3 years, and for the city approve, and we pay the June 1st.
Okay.
Okay, all right. We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go in the back and wait.
cases, 2523Z and 22623Z, 4173.
All right, will everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
All right, Counselor Kupiec, let's try and get a little bit back on track here. If you
Yes,
can open in a
understood.
minute or less and then have them swear to their affidavits.
Sounds good. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, my name is Mark Kupiec. I'm an attorney with offices at 77 West Washington, represent the applicants. And I have with me, I've got Tim McGonigal sitting beside me, one of the applicants and co-owners, and and his wife Barbara Sullivan, who's a co-owner, co-applicant, and Carrie Jeffers of Jeffers Meyer Gillespie Architects as the project architect. And Tim and his wife own a beautiful three-story house that they lived in for years. Live on the upper floors of the building. And at this point in their life, they would, for a little more convenience, like to add an elevator. No room to put the elevator in the building, need an addition. With the assistance of Carrie, the best place to put this addition is at the rear of the building. So the design is for a rear addition. And we've got two cases. The first case is for the rear setback. We're looking for a small variation on the rear setback from 48 feet to 41 feet because it extends within that required setback. And then the second case is a small variation for the height. Carrie will be able to explain better than I, but you got a little bit of a gabled roof. So the city formula for calculating height with this gabled roof is a little difficult. So the zoning examiner, his determination was 39 feet versus 36 feet. So this is the variation we're asking for, but Carrie could explain visually, looks about the same. So with that, Tim, would you state with that microphone, your name and your address?
Tim McGonigal, 4117 North Greenview, Chicago, Illinois, 60613.
And Tim, true, you and your wife own that building
Yes,
and live in that building?
we have,
Have so for some time?
since 1979.
Good. And as I said, correct, that you'd like to build an addition and add an elevator.
Correct.
True.
To age us, so we can age in place.
Is it true that you had signed an affidavit in connection with this case here today?
Yes,
And if I continue to ask you questions, would your answers be consistent with that affidavit?
they would be.
Okay, that's all I have. Oh, Tim, one more thing. And you've got a rather famous community association in that neighborhood.
We do. Graceland West Community Association, by a board resolution in, I think, December, approved their support for this, as well as our neighbors to the north and south.
And the
Alderman.
neighbors to the north and south, you had a separate letter from them where all three of them signed that separate letter.
Yeah, they should be in the packets for everyone.
We have those in the file,
Thank you.
and I'm sure Commissioner Toya very much appreciates reaching out to the neighbors and the neighborhood association.
Yes.
I do.
Yes,
I very much
and
do.
as did the alderman. So Tim did fine work on that count. And his wife's testimony would be a duplicate. Well, I've got her here. State your name and your address.
Barbara Sullivan, 4117 North Greenview, Chicago, Illinois, 60613.
And Barbara, you're a co-owner of the building and a co-applicant in the case.
Yes, I am.
And Barbara, is it true that you had signed an affidavit in connection with this case?
Yes, I did.
And if I would continue to ask you questions, would your answers be consistent with the affidavit?
Yes, they would.
That's all I have. Carrie Jeffers, state your name, address, business address, occupation. Is that line? Yeah.
Carrie Jeffers, Meyer Jeffers Gillespie Architects, 1017 West Webster in Chicago.
And Carrie, is it correct if we're going to add an elevator in that building, you have to build an addition to house that elevator?
Yes,
And looking at the lot and the existing building being a unique circumstance, the best place to put this addition is in the rear of the building.
very much.
And to do that, you need that rear setback variation in order to build this rear addition.
Exactly.
And Carrie, the second case is for the building height. And Carrie, was I correct as I fumbled through that? The unique circumstances, the code as far as how you measure the
Right.
building height with a gabled roof?
The zoning ordinance has you measure the height of a gable from the midpoint, and the midpoint of a very tiny gable is pretty high. So it, by those numbers, it looks like it's taller than the.
Good. You got to talk into that microphone
Oh,
loud so
sorry.
they pick
It
that
looks
up.
like it's taller than the existing building, but in fact, it's shorter.
Okay, good. And Carrie, you had signed an affidavit in connection with your testimony to here today.
Yes,
And if I continue to ask you questions, would your answers be consistent with the affidavit?
yes.
That's all I have.
All right, any questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Gary.
Oh, yes, it is.
All right,
They'll turn it on, flip it up.
will everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Are you here in objection? Okay. All right, let's start with the applicant's case in chief, Counselor Kupiec.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, my name is Mark Kupiec. I'm an attorney, office of 77 West Washington, represent the applicant Burke and Sons Construction. And I have with me the president, Larry Burke, seated beside me, and seated beside him, Brian Griffin, Griffin Studios, project architect. And we're here for two variations to build a single-family home. And we've got a little bit of a story on this one. Mr. Burke has owned this property for a while, and some years ago, he had a contract with a purchaser to build a single-family home for that purchaser. And at that point in time, back in 06, 07, he hired an architect, Mike Coleman, drew plans. I'm guessing they had an expediter or the architect in charge, processed those plans with the city and got a building permit. And a copy of that building permit was with the findings of fact, okay? And issued that building permit. And after that permit was issued, Mr. Burke hired another contractor to build a foundation and gave him the stamp plans, and contractor laid the foundation.
Was that foundation consistent with the plans?
Larry?
Yes.
Okay. In other words, that foundation, it didn't deviate from the plans. It was laid as it was permitted.
Yeah, on the original plan, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And one of our unique circumstances is back then, this was slightly after the new zoning code was adopted. So I don't know how the zoning examiners were interpreting things. But these plans, as far as I could tell, were adopted without any zoning relief. Processed as a matter of right. And the permit issued. And he took the plans and he gave them to the contractor, built a foundation. And shortly after that, as he would testify, the buyer backed out of that contract. And then they had some litigation. And by the time the litigation was concluded, the real estate market was tanking and the building was never finished. But the foundation was in and the foundation is there today. So number one, I say this just because he feels that given the fact, at the time he had an architect, he had stamp plans, he hired a contractor, and he thought that he's got vested rights in that foundation, given the original permit and plans. Okay. Now, of course, time has passed, so the original permit has expired, so he comes back to finish the job, needs a new permit. So new plans, although on the same foundation. And this time, of course, a new zoning review, and we need zoning relief. That's why we're here. And I guess, and I contacted the original architect. He really had no recollection of this, so he was not able to help much. But the real unique circumstance, and we've got two variations. One is a front variation, one is a side variation. And probably the biggest case is the front variation, because as our architect would explain, the current code doesn't give you an absolute number in an R2 district. It tells you to get a measurement of the two houses on either side. And then you take an average of those buildings. So our other unique circumstance, our hardship is the house 2 doors down is an old building set at the rear of the lot. And it's got a big front yard. So taking that setback into account, the city, as you can see from the write-up, from the denial, they're asking, without zoning relief, they would say, we're asking for a variation to reduce the front setback from the required 33 feet to 18.8. So because we've got that house at the rear of the lot with the big front setback, without zoning relief, this house on this lot would have to be set back 33 feet, which with everyone I've talked to would be ridiculous. He wouldn't build it and nobody would build it. The neighbors would be very upset to see that because it'd be out of line.
And you'd have to destroy the existing foundation and redo it, right?
And also, but even if he were to go to the expense to destroy that foundation and demolish it and get rid of it in a sustainable manner, the setback requirement itself at 33 feet would really kind of preclude development on the lot, because he would not invest the money to build a house setback because it would be out of line with all the buildings in the block. So the foundation or not, we would need that front setback variation, because it would not make sense to set this building back 33 feet and be totally out of line with all but one building on the block. So that's number one. Number two is a side setback. And again, I was not involved with the original plans or permit, but the original plans, for whatever reason, show a side setback of 3.5 feet. And when the contractor laid that foundation, he laid a foundation of 3.5 feet. So now the zoning examiner now says minimum of 4. So we're asking the second variation is to allow the 3.5 feet, which was originally approved. And of course, the foundation is there at 3.5 feet. And as Mr. Burke will testify, he's been in contact with the guy who owns that house next door. I've talked to him a couple of times myself, and he's got no objection to the building, no objection to the front setback, no objection to that side setback. And he's the one most affected by the side setback. So that's kind of the overview of what we're doing. And then, of course, for Burke, expensive to lay that foundation, expensive to demolish it, tear it out, dispose of it properly in a landfill. You got to pay for that, and then pay a new foundation when we think not necessary, especially since he feels that he's got some vested rights because of that original permit and the original plans. So that's my overview. Okay. My first witness, Larry Burke. Larry, state your name and your address in the
Speaking to the microphone, please.
microphone.
My name is Larry Burke, and my address is 9100 South 84th Avenue in Hickory Hills. And I've been a builder for a lot of years.
Okay. So you got experience building these single family homes,
Yes, I have.
especially in this neighborhood.
Yes.
And Larry, was I correct? Originally, you had a contract to build a single family home for a party?
Yes, I did. And
Yes, you did, right? And did you in fact at that time hire an architect to draw plans, submit the plans and get a building permit to build that single family home?
Yes, I did.
Does that look like this set of plans here that I'm showing you in front of you?
Yeah, that's correct.
Good. And after that permit was issued, did you hire a contractor to build that foundation?
Yes, yes, I did.
And did you give him the plans to build the foundation?
Yes.
And he
yes.
built it?
Mhm.
Okay. Also correct, that house was never completed.
Just the foundation is in. That's
Good.
it.
And the foundation is still in?
Yeah.
So your proposal here, what your intent was to complete the building on the existing foundation?
That's correct.
Okay. So everyone could, looking at that foundation, could see what these setbacks are.
Yes, it's still to be seen.
And is it true that a gentleman named Chris owns that building next door?
Yes, he does.
And have you been in touch with Chris over the years?
Yes, I have.
And is Chris aware of the plan for the new building?
Yes,
And he's looked at the foundation, he sees what the front setback would be.
that's correct.
Are you talking about the neighbor at 5536?
To the south,
To the
Chris
south,
Rocha,
yeah,
yes,
to the south.
to the south. Which is sharing the property line with that 3.5 foot setback. And for what it's worth, I've actually talked to Chris a couple of times myself. But Larry, with your conversations with Chris, Chris has no objection to you building the building on the existing foundation? He has no objection.
No objection whatsoever.
And now he's aware that you need this new zoning relief, the new zoning case in order to build on the old foundation.
That's correct, yeah.
And he also told you he supports this zoning relief asked for in this case,
Yes, he does.
including that side yard, which is adjacent to his lot line.
Yes,
Okay, did you get a letter from Chris? Did you get a letter from Chris?
yes, I did.
Is that the letter?
This is the letter, yes.
And I think we've got it in the file also.
Yeah.
So Larry, you paid for that foundation, correct?
Yes, I did.
It'd be expensive to demolish that foundation and pull it out.
No,
It would be expensive. It would cost a lot of money.
you couldn't even rebuild. Two wouldn't pay. If you had to take the foundation out and to replace it again with a new foundation, it wouldn't be worth it.
What would the estimated cost of that be? If you could estimate the cost of that?
Of the foundation?
Of taking out the old foundation and replacing it with a new foundation, what would the estimated cost of that be?
Well, the
based on your
the
experience?
sewers are in too. And to take out the foundation, you'd probably damage the sewers too. So I don't, all made up, I'm not quite sure. But to be high 40s, 50,
40 to 50,000?
maybe higher, yeah.
Is that just to take it out or is that to pour the new one and replace the sewers too? Yeah.
That would be,
To take it out, you'd obviously.
Brian, for the record, state your name and your address.
My name is Brian Griffin, architect, project manager on this project. So yes, taking it out, redoing the sewer and water, replacing the concrete would probably be over 60, maybe more. And obviously then we'd have to go for a new permit and start the process all over again, and which would delay the finishing of this project.
And Larry, let me backtrack a little bit. I forgot to ask, when you bought this property, was there originally a building on the property?
Yes, there was.
Good. And was that old building located generally in the same spot as your foundation exists today?
Yes, that's correct.
So when they demolished the old building, they laid this new foundation roughly in the same spot as the old building.
Yes,
Okay, and actually that old building had a side drive. Is that part of the explanation also?
well, I don't think they had room for a side drive, but I don't think they ever put one in. I'm not sure.
Okay. But your foundation is in the same spot as the old building?
Yes, it is.
Good.
Yes, it is.
All right, and I do have Chris Perkowski's letter in the file, and I do just want to make sure, because I noted this when I reviewed this file. The address on the letter is is 5336 South Oak Park Avenue as the address for Chris Perkowski, but that's incorrect, right? His address is actually 5536.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Okay, and speaking of the foundation, Larry. And again, with your experience in the building construction industry, did you in fact hire a structural engineer to look at that foundation?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and this is a lady named Natalie Regan?
Yes.
Yes,
That's correct. Yeah.
and she's with NLP Concepts LLC?
Yes.
And did she in fact write you a written report about that foundation?
Yes, she inspected it and approved it.
And did she, in that written report, tell you that the foundation was okay to build on the single-family home that you propose?
That's what she said. It was okay to build on it.
Good. And Larry, in your construction business, this report from the structural engineer, is this the type of report you would customarily rely on in your business?
That's what we rely on. That's our business. That
So the answer is yes. Yes, you customarily rely on a report from a structural engineer.
Right.
Okay, and you are relying on it in this case.
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman, I wasn't sure if I had included this report with my findings of fact, but Mr. Burke brought it with him today. So I have a copy of a written report from NLP Concepts from the structural engineer that I would like to introduce as an exhibit into evidence and have it included.
Okay. It'll be included.
Thank you. So Larry, then go back to pulling out that foundation. So did you testify then if you were actually forced to remove that foundation, that the expense would be so great, this project was not worth going forward?
It wouldn't be worth going forward. Yeah.
Yeah. And also correct, as I said, you feel unfair if you had to do that, given the fact that the city originally issued a building permit for this project.
Yes.
And with respect to the side setback, you would still provide 3.5, 3.5 foot for that side setback,
Yes.
which in that particular neighborhood, on your block at least, is a reasonable side setback and compatible with the other buildings on the block.
Yes, that's correct.
And Larry, is it true you had signed an affidavit in connection with your testimony here today? Affidavit, I sent you that affidavit,
That's the affidavit I got.
and you signed it and sent it back to me?
That's correct.
And if I continue to ask you questions, would your answers be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes, I would.
That's all I have, Mr. Burke.
Okay.
Brian, state your name and your business address.
Brian Griffin, 3257 West 111th Street.
Okay. So Brian, you are involved with the plans and permit for this project?
Yes, I'm the project manager on this project.
Good. And obviously you're familiar with the site and you've seen the building site.
Yes,
And as Mr. Burke has testified, that foundation is still there.
yes,
All right, so the first variation we're asking for is from the front setback. And I attempted to muddle through that, but could you confirm the city ordinance with respect to measurement of the front setback in an R2 district?
in our RS2 there, it's the average of the two lots on each side, and then there is exception from porches. And there are properties that are dropped on each side in regards to being forward of others, so being in front of other properties.
So Brian, is it then true that the city in the recent pending permit is asking for a front setback of 33.66 feet?
Yes,
Okay. And Brian, are we also correct that if the house was really set back 33 feet, it would be out of line with most of the houses on that block?
100%, yes.
Yeah. And probably, perhaps even the city formula is itself probably a little deficient when you have one of these old houses at the rear of the lot. Is that correct?
Yes,
Because when you got an old house at the rear of the lot, you almost always need a variation for the front setback.
correct.
the idea of the ordinance was for the houses to line up, correctly?
Correct.
But the formula, if you actually file it, would cause the house to be set back, far much more than the existing buildings.
Correct.
Okay, so our request for the variation of that front setback reasonable in your mind?
Yes.
And Brian, you've did you prepare a setback plan, a block setback?
Yes, we did a block study.
Mr. Chairman, I think we submitted that block setback. Brian, I'm handing you a copy of our exhibit number 2. Is that the block site plan that you had prepared?
That is correct.
Okay. And let's mark it as our exhibit number 2, just to make sure that the board has it, that I'll kind of outline this a little bit better. And Brian, I'll give you a copy to view. So Brian, the existing the existing setback that we're asking for permission for, as shown on the plan, generally lines up.
Just for the record, that document you just submitted is already in your findings of fact.
Okay, good. I thought so, but I thought just to have it handy for you because it kind of sets out. And actually looking at that block site plan, you could see very clearly that building 2 doors down, which with the big setback that moves up our arithmetic computation. But generally, this existing foundation generally lines up with other buildings in the block. Okay, slow down. Sure. Okay. So from that exhibit, Brian, your exhibit does show that building 2 doors down that is set back far more than the other buildings on the block.
Correct.
Okay, and that is the building I was referring to that causes this calculation to require a 33-foot front setback.
Correct.
So I just wanted to make sure we pointed that out. And your same diagram, your block site plan, does it also show some side setbacks on that block?
Correct.
So our request for a side setback of about 3.5 feet, is that side setback of 3.5 feet reasonable on that block?
Yes.
So it's compatible and similar with other side setbacks on that block.
Correct.
So in your view, that request for that variation is also reasonable.
Yes.
Good. And Brian, you also signed an affidavit in connection with your testimony here today?
Yes.
And if I continue to question you, would your answers be consistent with that
Yes.
affidavit? Okay, Mr. Chairman, that's all I have of Brian. One final note. Our expediter is nice enough to rescue a set of plans for me, okay, to try to help me understand what, I don't know if this is, if you got room for an exhibit like this. I did include a couple of pages from here with my findings of fact.
I think what's in the findings of fact is sufficient
Good.
along with the testimony that has been provided today.
Okay,
I think we understand the project and the history of it and how we got to where we are. So at this point, I'm going to turn to the objector.
I just, one closing point on mine. I did get a couple of calls from, I talked to a couple of neighbors. I certainly talked to Chris, the guy who owns a building next door, and he was most anxious in just getting the building built, okay, because it has been sitting there for a while. I got a call from Sam Finnegan from across the street. His only question was, why did we need a zoning relief? Where we're trying to push back the foundation. I assured him we just wanted to go straight up.
I just want to, you telling me that you spoke with
Good point,
somebody,
good point. Yep.
totally hearsay.
I understand. Good point. I'll take that back.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let me go to the objector
you.
now. Good morning. Could you state your name and address, please?
Sure, my name is Dawn Ertler. It's
Could you take the microphone and
Sure,
Yeah.
sorry, I'm a little nervous.
That's okay. That's okay. But just a couple of things. If you could make sure you're close enough to the microphone and don't talk too fast because Donna's very fast at typing, but still, let's not destroy her.
Sure. It's Ertler, E-R-T-L-E-R. My address is 5521 South Oak Park Avenue. I live across the street from this property. If I may, just very quickly before I begin with a few things that I wish to say. First, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak here today. I appreciate it. A few things that were brought up. I know that they tendered a letter to you from someone by the name of Chris Perkowski. I believe actually that the person that lives to the south of the property in question, I believe his last name is actually Roca. I think the person that lives to the north of the property is Chris Perkowski. So that's my recollection.
That's your understanding?
Yes.
So that would be instead of 5536, that would be the
50
property at 5528?
5528, 5530.
Okay.
And just very quickly, I actually went onto the assessor's website to look at the name of the person who owned the property. And it's a Christoph Roca, R-O-C-H-A, who owns the property at 5530 to the to
36?
36. Yes, I'm sorry, I get
That, no, that's okay.
to the south.
That's okay.
Okay, is Roca, R-O-C-H-A.
Okay.
A couple of, I'm sorry, I don't mean to seem disrespectful. I put some notes on my phone because like I said, I'm a little nervous. This isn't something that I do every day. Part of the concerns that I have, and I know I can't speak for my neighbors, is what we've seen being built is different than what the foundation was laid for. The foundation that's been sitting there has been sitting there for well over 20 years. It's been sitting there since probably about 2005 is the best that we can deem. Prior to today, the attorney, Mr. Kupiak, said that he wanted to show me a structural report. Well, the report that he showed me was well over 2 years old. I'm not sure the report that he tendered to you that of when he had the report tendered, but the one that he showed me was well over 2 years old.
So the report that was submitted today is dated May 3rd, 2021.
Okay.
So that's the one that you saw already?
Correct. That's
Yeah.
what he showed me today.
Right.
He contacted me. I'm a neighbor. I don't like living across the street from a vacant lot. I'll be honest with you, but I don't want to also be stuck with something that doesn't get sold. As far as this report, you don't live on the block I do, okay? I have some homes that have side drives, some that don't. And from looking at this, yeah, I do have some homes that have under 4 feet next to the property line. But the homes that do, those are also abutting a side drive. So where there may be next to 4 feet, let's say there's 3 feet next to the property line, those people also have a side drive there. So it's not like somebody has just 3 feet before the building, which is what they're proposing to do here. There would be a side drive next to that person's house. So there's 10 feet plus that little variance.
Let me ask a question.
Yes, sir.
Is your objection mainly to the front setback? Is that, or is it the side setback?
I'm going to be, frankly, I understand 33 foot setback. That's ridiculous. I mean, I understand that. I think it should be in line with the rest of it. Rest of us, it's a few feet out, the existing foundation. When I stand there and I stand on my neighbor's front lawn and I just kind of look and I eyeball it, the foundation that's there is further out than my neighbor's. It's not perfectly in line. It's several feet jutting out in front. Okay. It's not in line. I don't think it needs to be 33 foot back. I understand the concept of how the one house that's set back puts everything out. I think the rest of us are maybe 20 feet back, somewhere in there. But to be so close to that other neighbor, we're not that close on my block. This is a smaller lot than the rest of us. This is only a 39 foot lot. And there's a cutout on the curve there Where if this is allowed to go through, they could potentially put a side drive there because there's a curb cutout. And I know that going forward, we're not allowed to do that. You can see it right there on the right-hand side. The curb cutout, so they could put a side drive in there. And let's just say, and I'm just gonna throw in a hypothetical with this. So let's just say, I mean, the price that they're asking for this home should include a new foundation because they had it listed for over $500,000. That should include a new foundation. So if this goes through, there's nothing to stop them from saying, okay, I got this variance. I can build this 3 feet away from the property line. They can put up a brand new home and still have room for the side drive. And, you know, the neighbors, they're making out like a bandit and I'm stuck with this. There's nothing to force them to use what's already standing there. Does that make any sense?
I understand what your objection is.
Okay.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Did you have any questions for the applicant?
I've spoken to the attorney, before, they want to know what they can do to make it better for me. And there's really nothing because like I say, everybody brings something different to the table.
Right.
And this is my opinion. These are my objections. I love a house built there. I don't see how you can go to the plans that are being submitted today to be built, which are very different from the plans that were submitted in 2005. I personally live in a home for the plans that were submitted in 2005 across the street. It's very different than the plans for today. So, I mean, I think it's fair, but I don't think it's right that somebody have to be forced to live so close to each other.
Sure.
That's just me.
Okay. Anything further before we move back to the applicant for rebuttal and closing?
Structural engineering, the neighbor, the difference in the change in the plans, the different plan and the not in-house. No, that's it. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you very much. Counselor Kupiec, it's your turn
Yes,
for a
Mr.
brief
Chairman, thank you
brief
ver-
rebuttal and closing.
Sure, understood. Thank you very much. And sorry, we couldn't have a meeting of the minds here. And I certainly respect Dawn's opinion in the neighborhood, which she knows the neighborhood much better than I. The little bit of a strange fact situation. The original building was situated the same place as the foundation because it had a driveway. And that was the driveway she's referring to, okay? And so the original plan for the build to suit buyer that Mr. Burke had wanted to keep that driveway as would have been permitted in the R2 district. The original plan had a driveway. So the reason that the foundation was put in the same spot as the old house was to preserve room on the side for a driveway. So that's kind of how it ended up there. Not that he wanted, and I understand what she's saying about centering the house, so believe me, but I'm just how it came about. The old house was pushed over because of the driveway. The original contract was going to keep the driveway, and that's why the foundation is where it is. And the new house we're proposing, does it have a driveway? Okay. And then when Burke came back most recently, his thought was because he got alley access that he would eliminate the driveway because it'd be more pedestrian friendly. So that's why we kept the house where it is, why he wants to build on that foundation. So a lot of this is historical as far as why it is where it is. I suppose my biggest response and biggest argument is we're here for zoning relief and only zoning relief. I mean, that front setback in some fashion certainly needs a variation. And the side setback, we've got 3.5 feet versus 4 feet. Obviously, it's a variation, but not a big difference. And we still have 3.5 feet, which for that neighborhood is still decent and adequate. With respect to the foundation, you know, when he was going to resurrect the project, he got the structural report, and that's certainly the same one I showed her. And your zoning relief does not give approval to that foundation. Okay. He's still subject to the building codes, still subject to the building permit and whatever city inspections he would have. So you're not approving this foundation. You're approving only the setbacks. So if the city itself would decide that, you know, they didn't like that foundation, that would be a building code issue, not a zoning issue. And if need be, he'll update this structural report before he goes forward. This was done when he decided to resurrect the project, just so he knew he could do it. So we're only talking about zoning. We're only talking about a front setback, which really needs a variation because, you know, the 33 does not make sense. And that side variation, 3.5 versus 4 feet, still adequate. And the guy who owns the building, and Dawn, I apologize for the confusion with respect to Chris, because Larry got the original letter some time ago. And so if we misrepresented there, it was by mistake. But the guy who owns the building next door has no problem with the 3.5 feet, which he thinks 3.5 is adequate. And obviously not here complaining, so I won't represent what he said. So my rebuttal is, please take the history into account. You know, this is how it got done. You could well imagine the demolition costs and actually disposing of that foundation in the landfill. You know, it wouldn't make a lot of sense to actually take out that foundation if the structural engineer says it's still good. And if the city still had a problem with it, the city enforces the building code. We're only asking for the zoning relief.
Okay, any questions from the board?
Yes, this is Commissioner Esposito. I didn't hear the response when you asked, will there be a side driveway?
Brian, would you?
No.
No.
We thought since he's got the alley access, it'd be more pedestrian friendly to not have to drive if we didn't absolutely need it.
Thank you.
Although it's permitted in the R2 district.
All right, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, my
Your briefcase. Wait for me. I'll be just be 5 minutes. Wait for me. I'll be I'll be there in 5 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, it was already.
Yeah. Good to see you.
Bill passed away.
Oh.
Yeah, sit up,
Bill
sit up.
Senior, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mark Kupiec, I'm the attorney. Oh, you didn't introduce.
Let me go ahead and read
Oh,
the
thank you,
department's
thank you.
recommendation. This is the recommendation for calendar number 228-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed barber shop. Counselor Kupiec, let's go short.
Mark Kupiec, attorney.
Oh, yeah, good, thank you. With those planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. And for the record, Mr. Ryan's expertise has already been recognized.
Thank you. Mark Kupiec, Office of 77 West Washington, representing the applicant and special use for a barber shop. My first witness, Edgar Romero. Edgar, states your name and your business address.
Edgar
And-
Romero. My business address is 4307 South Arch Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60632.
Edgar, true that you are the member manager of the LLC that's going to rent this space.
Correct.
Edgar, true, you initially talked to the former Alderman Lopez, to tell him about this case.
Correct.
And most recently talked to the current Alderman Sanchez to explain the special use for a barber shop.
Correct.
Did she give you a letter of support?
Yes, she did.
And Edgar, what would be the hours of operation of the shop?
10 in the morning to 7 PM, Friday through Saturday.
And Edgar, did you sign an affidavit in connection with this case?
Yes, I did.
And if I continue to quiz you, would your answers be consistent with this affidavit?
Correct.
Joe Ryan, name and address?
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 9455 South Horn Avenue in Chicago.
And did you do a report for this case that was submitted on your behalf?
I did.
And does this special use for a barber shop meet all the criteria of the ordinance?
It does.
And if I were to continue to quiz you, would your answers with respect to this case be consistent with the materials in your report,
They would.
which has your opinions and the facts to support them.
It does, yes.
So, Mr. Chairman, with the admission of Joe's report, we would then stand on the report.
Any questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next two cases, 229-23S and 230-23Z, 92-28, 44 South Chicago.
Need it on record.
Yeah, for the record, I'm recused from these two matters, 229-23S and 230-23Z.
Thank you, Mark. Have a great day. Congrats on your case.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and read the department's recommendation. This is a recommendation for calendar number 229-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed 6-lane drive-through, including a bypass lane for an existing bank and an additional drive-through lane at the existing remote ATM located within the existing parking lot to serve a proposed U.S. bank, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, U.S. Bank National Association, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site plan dated July 10, 2023, the first floor and basement plans dated October 13, 2021, signed October 22, 2021, and elevations dated December 21, 2021, prepared by RSP Architects, and landscape plan dated July 10, 2023, prepared by Julie Oradauer Landscape Architecture. All right, Counselor, if you could, in a minute or less, tell us why you're here today, and then have your witnesses swear to their affidavits, and we'll open it up for board questions.
Very good. Chairman and members of the zoning board of appeals, my name is Graham Grady. I'm an attorney at the Taft Law Firm here on behalf of U.S. Bank National Association. I'm here with my colleague Sylvia Micas, who will present our case.
Oh, you know what? Let me have everybody sworn in too. Would everybody planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you.
Thank you, Graham, and good morning, Chairman Sanchez and members of the board. Today, we are here with the applicant that is seeking special use and variation approvals in order to reactivate the existing 6-lane drive-through, including a bypass lane, which serves the existing 1-story bank building, and also the single-lane drive-through, which serves the remote ATM located within the center of the subject property at 9228 through 44 South Chicago Avenue. Also with us today are witnesses who will testify on behalf of the applicant, including representatives of U.S. Bank, applicant's project and landscape architects, and expert witnesses from Oakland Kissel Associates and KLOA. We respectfully request that the board consider applicant's special use and variation applications together. The subject property is located at the southwest corner of South Chicago Avenue and South Exchange Avenue, 1 block south of 92nd Street. The subject property is improved with an existing 1-story bank building, an existing 6-lane drive-through with ATM facilities within the southern portion of the subject property. The existing 6-lane drive-through facility includes a night deposit drop box in the lane closest to the existing bank building, teller-assisted lanes with pneumatic tube systems within the 2nd and 3rd lanes, ATM facilities located within the 4th and 5th lanes, and a bypass lane. The subject property also includes a remote ATM within the single-lane drive-through located within the center of the property. This subject property also includes 36 on-site parking spaces located within the northern portion of the subject property. The applicant has operated the existing bank 6-lane drive-through facility and remote ATM drive-through for several years. However, ceased operations due to the COVID-19 pandemic and due to applicant's plans to renovate the interior of its existing bank building. However, the ATM facilities have continued to operate without interruption. Subject property is located within a C2-2 district, of which a bank is a permitted use. However, drive-through facilities require special use approval. City records do not reflect previous special use approvals for the existing drive-through facility or the remote ATM drive-through. Therefore, we are here today seeking special approval to reestablish both. The applicant is not proposing to add to or expand the 6-lane drive-through or remote ATM drive-through. Applicants' proposed hours of operation for the bank building and teller-assisted drive-through services are Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. through 5 p.m. and Saturday from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. The ATM facility is located within the drive-through, and also the remote ATM obviously are operated 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The applicant also plans to aesthetically improve and bring the existing parking area into compliance with the Chicago Landscape Ordinance. However, due to the configuration of the existing bank building, drive-through facility, and remote ATM drive-through on the subject property, it is not feasible or practicable to provide the required number of interior trees. Therefore, we are here today seeking to reduce the number of interior trees from the required 25 to 16 trees. We did want to note that this relief could have been sought through an administrative adjustment. However, since we are here today in front of the board for the special use, we are putting forward the minor relief request as a variation. Vehicular access to and from the subject property will be through the 3 existing driveways located on South Chicago Avenue. Access to the existing 6-lane drive-through will be from the one-way enter-only driveway centrally located on South Chicago Avenue. Vehicles exiting the drive-through will use the existing one-way exit-only driveway located near the southwestern corner of the subject property. Access to the remote ATM drive-through and the 19 space surface parking area.
We have to stop.
Oh.
We've lost quorum.
Darn. We're happy to pause, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Okay, we're back. Please proceed. And actually, you can wrap this up and just have them swear to their affidavits. The application is very substantial.
Okay. One thing I did want to point out on behalf of my client is we are reducing 2 of the curb cuts at the center northern points on South Chicago Avenue. So here with us today are Paul Menner, Vice President and Real Estate Manager of Corporate Real Estate, U.S. Bank, Jennifer Barber. Actually, I'm just going to go through their responses. So again, here with us today are Paul Menner, Vice President and Real Estate Manager of Corporate Real Estate at U.S. Bank. Mr. Menner, if you could please state your name, address, and business or profession for the record.
Paul R. Menner, 15549 Manchester Road, Ellisville, Missouri, 63011, suburb of St. Louis.
And Mr. Menner, as you are aware, TAF submitted findings of fact in your affidavit regarding applicants' special use and variation to this board, which were submitted into evidence. If you were asked to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with those findings of fact and affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Yuri, please state your name, address, and your business or profession for the record.
Jennifer Barber Yuri, 772 Waters Edge Drive, South Elgin, Illinois. And I'm sorry, what's the thing, title? Oh, head of branch banking in Illinois.
As you are aware, TAF submitted findings of fact in your affidavit regarding applicants' proposed special use and variation to this board, which were submitted into evidence. If you were asked to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with those findings of fact and affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Corsi, please state your name, address, and your business or profession for the record.
Bruce A. Corzine. I'm at address 1220 Marshall Street, Northeast, Minneapolis, Minnesota. I'm a senior project architect with RSP.
And Mr. Corzine, your firm was retained by the applicant to prepare architectural plans for the applicant's existing bank and 6-lane drive-through facility and remote ATM drive-through, necessitating a special use and variation at the subject property, correct?
That is correct.
As you're aware, TAF submitted findings of fact in your affidavit to the board, which were submitted into evidence. If you were asked to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with those findings of fact and affidavit, specifically that the plans indicated on the architectural plans will function in a manner consistent with the Chicago zoning ordinance?
Yes, it would.
Thank you, Mr. Corzine. Ms. Ordauer, please state your name, address, and business or profession for the record.
Julie Ordauer, 2343 North Jansen Avenue, Apartment 3, Chicago, Illinois, 60614. I'm the landscape architect for this project.
And Ms. Ordauer, your firm was retained by the applicant to prepare landscape plans for the applicant's existing bank and 6-lane drive-through facility and remote ATM drive-through, necessitating a special use and variation at the subject property, correct?
Correct.
And as you're aware, TAF submitted findings of fact in your affidavit to this board, which were submitted into evidence. If you were asked to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with those findings of fact and affidavit? Specifically, that the plan indicated on the landscape plans will function in a manner consistent with the Chicago zoning ordinance?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Kissel. There you are back there. Sorry. Please state your name, address, and business or profession for the record.
Sure. My name's George Kissel. I'm the president of Oak Rent Kissel Associates with offices 141 West Jackson in Chicago. I'm a both licensed architect and certified planner with over 40 years of experience in zoning and urban planning.
And Mr. Kissel, you were retained by the applicant to conduct an urban planning analysis of the proposal for a special use and variation application to allow for the reestablishment of a 6-lane drive-through and a drive-through lane serving a remote ATM in connection with an existing 1-story bank with on-site parking at the subject property, correct?
That's correct.
Have you prepared a report detailing your analysis findings and conclusions, and has that report been previously submitted and admitted into evidence?
I have, and it has.
Mr. Kissel, if you were asked to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with the findings and conclusions contained in your report, specifically that the proposed development is consistent with the general criteria for approval of special uses and variations?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Kissel. And our last witness, Michael Worthman. Mr. Worthman, please state your name, address, and business or profession for the record.
Good morning. Michael Worthman, principal with KLOA. We're a traffic engineering firm out of Rosemont. Offices at 9575 West Higgins Road, Rosemont, Illinois. We were retained to perform the traffic study for the proposed facility.
And as you stated, your firm was retained by the applicant to prepare the traffic impact study. So, Mr. Worthman, if you were asked to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with the findings and conclusions contained in your report?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. Applicant also did present their plans for their proposed special use and variation associated with the improvement of the subject property to Alderman Peter Chico. Alderman Chico submitted a letter of support, which was filed with the Zoning Board of Appeals. This concludes our case in chief. At this time,
Thank you.
turn
for
it
your
back over to Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We appreciate your consideration of these applications.
Any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Got one more.
Thirty-one twenty-three S, 5650 North Lincoln. June 3223.
Thanks, Victor.
This is Commissioner McDonald. I'm also recused from 231 and 232.
Great. Let me go ahead and read the department's recommendation. This is the recommendation for calendar number 231-22-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed 4-lane drive-through to serve a proposed U.S. bank, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, U.S. Bank National Association, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site plan dated July 10, 2023, floor plan dated June 1, 2022, and exterior elevations dated September 12, 2022, prepared by RSP Architects LTD, and tree preservation and removal demo plan, landscape plan, and landscape details and specifications dated July 10, 2023, prepared by Dixon Design Studio / RSP Architect LTD. Has everyone who was on the previous case, has everyone already been previously sworn in? Okay, yes, it's all, we've got all the same crew from the last one. So for the record, everyone is already sworn in. And please, the short version.
Very good. We actually have one different witness, but that person took the oath earlier, just a moment ago.
Oh, okay, great.
Good. Chairman and members, my name is Graham Grady. I'm a partner at the law firm of Taft, Tinnison and Hollister, and along with my colleague Sylvia Micus, we're here today to represent U.S. Bank National Association on these two applications. Ms. Micus will present our case.
Thank you, Graham. And thank you, Chairman Sanchez and members of the board. As mentioned, here with us today is the applicant, U.S. Bank, that is seeking a special use and variation approvals in order to reactivate operation of its existing 4-lane drive-through with an ATM, which serves applicant's existing bank facility located at 5650 North Lincoln Avenue. Again, with us today are representatives from the applicant who were previously sworn in before, our project architect, our landscape architect, Jeff Torrens from Dixon Design, as well as our expert witnesses from Oakland Kissel Associates and KLOA. Again, we respectfully request that the board consider applicant's special use and variations together. The subject property is located at the corner of North Lincoln Avenue, North Washington, approximately 850 feet west of the intersection of Lincoln Avenue and Bryn Mawr Avenue. Subject property is improved with an existing 1-story bank building, an existing 4-lane drive-through facility. The drive-through facility includes a night deposit drop box in the lane closest to the existing bank building, teller-assisted lines with a pneumatic tube system within the 2nd and 3rd lanes, and an ATM located within the 4th lane. The existing drive-through also does have a bypass lane. The subject property includes 22 on-site surface parking spaces. The applicant has operated the existing bank and drive-through facility at the subject property for several years. However, due to COVID-19 pandemic and due to its plans to renovate its existing building, the interior, they ceased operations. However, the ATM continued to operate within interruption. The subject property is located within a B3-2 district, of which a bank is a permitted use. However, a drive-through facility requires a special use approval. City records do not reflect previous special use approvals for the existing drive-through facility. Therefore, that is why we are here today. Applicant does not plan to add or expand the existing bank building or drive-through. The applicant's proposed hours of operation for the bank and teller assisted drive-through services are Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., Saturday, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. The applicant plans to aesthetically improve and bring its existing surface parking area into compliance with the Chicago landscape ordinance. However, due to the existing configuration of the existing improvements on the lot, the applicant is unable to do so and is therefore seeking a minor relief by reducing the number of required perimeter trees from 4 to 1 and the number of required interior trees from 8 to 6. In exchange for such relief, the applicant will provide an additional 910 square feet of interior landscaping, which is in excess of the required 921. Again, such minor relief could have been requested administratively through an administrative adjustment. However, applicant chose to file a variation as a companion application to the special use application. Once completed, the parking area will consist of a total of 16 parking spaces. Vehicles will enter the subject property via the existing 2-lane driveway located on North Lincoln Avenue in order to access the bank parking lot and drive-through. Vehicles may also exit the parking lot through that existing 2-lane driveway on North Lincoln Avenue or through the exit-only driveway on North Washington Avenue. Vehicles utilizing the existing drive-through will utilize the exit-only driveway onto North Washington Avenue. Just want as a matter of record, the 2 curb cuts located on North Lincoln Avenue and North Washington shall remain. However, the North Washington curb cut shall be reduced from the existing 23 feet to 16 feet. Also, at the request of an adjacent homeowner that we spoke with, we are also, or the applicant is also putting a stop sign is added at the North Washington exit. Here with us today, Paul Menner, Vice President and Real Estate Manager of Corporate Real Estate at U.S. Bank. Mr. Menner, please state your name, address, and business or profession for the record.
Paul R. Menner, 15549 Manchester Road, Ellisville, Missouri. Vice President, Corporate Real Estate Manager.
And Mr. Menner, as you're aware, to have submitted findings of fact and your affidavit regarding applicant's proposed special use and variation to the board, which was submitted into evidence. If you were asked to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with those findings of fact and affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Menner. Ms. Yuri, please state your name, address, and your business or profession for the record.
Jennifer Barber Yuri, 772 Waters Edge Drive, South Elgin, Illinois, 60177, Senior Vice President, Illinois Branch Banking Market Leader.
And Mr. Yuri, as you are aware, TAF submitted findings of fact in your affidavit regarding applicants' special use and variation to the board. If you were asked to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with those findings of fact and affidavit?
Yes, they would.
Thank you. Mr. Corzine, please state your name, address, and business or profession for the record.
Bruce Corzine, 1220 Marshall Street Northeast, Minneapolis, Minnesota. I'm a senior project architect with RSP.
And Mr. Corzine, your firm was retained by the applicant to prepare architectural plans for the applicant's existing bank and four-lane drive-through facility necessitating a special use and variation at 5650 North Lincoln Avenue, correct?
Correct.
And as you are aware, TAF submitted findings of fact in your affidavit to the board, which were submitted into evidence. If you were asked to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with those findings of fact and affidavit, specifically that the plan indicated on the architectural plans will function in a manner consistent with the Chicago zoning ordinance?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Corzine. And Mr. Torrance. Oh, there he is. Please state your name, address, and business or profession for the record.
Jeff Torrens, 9 Crystal Lake Road, Lake in the Hills, Illinois. I'm a landscape architect with Dixon Design Studio.
Mr. Torrance, your firm was retained by the applicant to prepare landscape plans for the applicant's existing bank and four-lane drive-through facility necessitating a special use and variation at the subject property, correct?
Correct, yes.
As you're aware, TAF submitted findings of fact in your affidavit to the board, which were submitted into evidence. If you're asked to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with those findings of fact and affidavit, specifically that the plan indicated on the landscape plans will function in a manner consistent with the Chicago zoning ordinance?
Yes.
Thank you. And Mr. Kissel, please state your name, address, and your business or profession.
Sure. My name is George Kissel, President Okren Kissel Associates. Office is 141 West Jackson, credentialed in architecture and planning with over 40 years of experience.
And Mr. Kissel, you were retained by the applicant to conduct an urban planning analysis of the proposal for a special use and a landscape variation to allow for the reestablishment of a four-lane drive-through with an ATM and bypass lane in connection with an existing one-story bank with on-site parking at the subject property, correct?
That is correct.
Have you prepared a report detailing your analysis, findings, and conclusions, and has that report been previously submitted and admitted into evidence?
I have, and it has.
Mr. Kissel, if you were asked to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with findings and conclusions contained in your report, specifically that the proposed development is consistent with the general criteria for approval of special uses and variations?
Yes.
Thank you. And Mr. Worthman, please state your name, address, and business or profession for the record.
Michael Worthman, principal with KLOA, offices at 9575 West Higgins Road, Rosemont, Illinois. I'm a traffic engineer.
And Mr. Worthman, your firm was retained by the applicant to prepare a traffic impact study detailing traffic characteristics for applicants' reoccupancy of the existing bank building and operation of the existing four-lane drive-through ATM facility located at the subject property, correct?
Correct.
If you were asked to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with findings and conclusions contained in your report?
Yes, it would.
Thank you, Mr. Worthman. Applicant has met with Alderman Andre Vasquez and discussed its proposed special use and variation for the subject property. Alderman Vasquez has submitted a letter of support, which was filed with the Zoning Board of Appeals. This concludes our case in chief. At this time, I will turn it back over to Graham.
Thank you for your consideration, Chairman and members.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? The findings of fact were very well done. You have some good lawyers here, so good work. We'll take it under advisement.
Thank you. Madam Court Reporter, will you please send us a copy of it?
Next case, 23323-S 4321 North Knox.
Yeah, let's get it.
Yeah, no, I will. Yeah, no, of course.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and read the recommendation for calendar number 233-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a sports and recreational participant physical fitness center facility within an existing two-story commercial building, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Chicago Aerial Arts LLC, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site plan and floor plan dated July 6, 2023, prepared by EAA, and the rooftop parking plan dated June 12, 2023, prepared by MG Knox LLC. Would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor, you don't have to raise your right hand. You're the,
I mean-
you're the lawyer. You are, because you're a lawyer and have passed the bar, you are presumed to be telling
Yes,
the truth.
that is correct.
Okay, you can go with the short form here.
Wonderful. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Jimena Castro. I am a zoning attorney at Acosta Esger, here before you today to present the special use for Chicago Aerial Arts, which is the largest aerial arts facility in the Chicagoland. With me today is Ashley Sylvester, who is a manager of the applicant. And to her right is Mike Norris, who is the land appraiser for this case. Ashley, can you please state your name and address for the record?
And my address is 4321 North Knox. We're a second level building, Chicago, Illinois, 60641.
And Mike, can you please state your name and business address for the record?
Michael Norris, 230 West Monroe, Suite 2125, Chicago, Illinois, 60606.
Thank you. Chicago Area Arts is located on the second floor of a M11 zoning district building, manufacturing building with several uses in the building. The space that Chicago Area Arts is proposing for the special use was previously used for a cheerleading training site, and they are taking over to conduct their aerial fitness arts. And just for the record, Ashley has over 20 years of aerial arts experience with participating in the NFL, the Four Winds Casino, and for Green Day, the band. Again, we're here to ask for the special use since this is located in a manufacturing district. The hours of operation, as you can probably see in the findings of facts, but I'll state for the record, they're open Monday through Sunday. Currently, they're proposing to be open Monday through Wednesday, 1 through 10 p.m., Thursdays, 5 through 9 p.m., Fridays, 9 through 10 p.m., 9 a.m. through 10 p.m., and Sundays and Saturdays from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. And we seek favorable consideration of this application to allow Chicago Area Arts to continue being into space.
Great. If you want to have your witnesses swear to their affidavits and reports.
Yes.
And then
Ashley, we submitted an affidavit on your behalf that the board has reviewed. Would your testimony be consistent should you testify today?
Absolutely.
And Mike, obviously, you submitted a appraisal report, part of the Exhibit B for the findings of facts. And also, I would like to ask if you were to testify today, if your testimony would be consistent with that report.
Yes.
Thank you.
and the board recognizes his expertise as
Yes.
well.
You had a bunch of cases today.
Any questions from the board? I'll just ask one question because when I saw it, I was like, what is aerial arts? And maybe it's a dumb question, but
No, it's not a dumb question. So we are the largest facility in Chicago. We offer kids to adult classes. Our oldest member is 78 years old and our youngest member is 6. And we do aerial arts. So we hang from the ceiling. We do aerial hammock, silks and lyra. And then we also offer other different circus arts classes and flexibility and stuff like that. And we work with all ages, all bodies. And it's a really special place and it's a really great place for the community of who we have there. So
Okay, cool. And that's what I thought it was,
Yeah.
but I just didn't know for
Yeah,
sure. So
yeah.
thank you for confirming that.
You're right.
All right, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time.
Last case for the morning, 3623 S 921 South Jefferson.
Right. Okay. So. I think recommendation's not ready yet. Not being approval. Are you okay with starting and I'll read it later? 100%. Okay, all right. So that's.
That's what we, if you see me facing.
Okay.
Hopefully the fruits of my labor.
Okay. 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 I mean, he'll show up. We'll proceed. We're gonna proceed. All right, so we're on calendar number 236-23-S. We will start with Counselor Fatikas and his case. I usually read the recommendation in the beginning. It's actually still being drafted right now. But I do understand it's going to be an approval that I will read once I receive it. Could everybody planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Counselor Fatikas, please proceed.
Okay, Chairman, and again, we came into this morning with some disagreements with the city, but we believe we resolved those. So in order to maybe go with a condensed version of what we initially presented, if you could just bear with me. The applicant, I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Raising Cane's Restaurants LLC. The applicant is a contract to purchase the subject property at 921 South Jefferson Street. The subject site measures 140 feet wide by 229.4 feet deep, and it's currently vacant and unimproved. And the applicant is proposing to develop the, call it 30,000 square foot lot with a new Raising Cane's restaurant building. The plans call for the installation of code compliant landscaping and fencing, 14 on-site parking spaces, and a dual lane drive-through facility. And in order to permit the drive-through component, the applicant is seeking a special use because the subject property is located in a downtown service -5 district, so a DS-5 zoning district. We have, I believe, 4 witnesses available to testify. On behalf of the applicant, Mr. Robert Montgomery, our civil engineer, Tom Safransky, our MAI designated appraiser, Joe Ryan, and also on behalf of the applicant, Ms. Sarah Holmes. And maybe with that, Chairman, if I could maybe explain the changes that were agreed upon by the parties, and then maybe have the applicants testify to their statements and MAI report, and then we can maybe move forward and again, more of that condensed scenario.
Yeah, so what you're talking about is, I mean, obviously, there's been a lot of conversations going on today.
Yeah,
and
I'm
literally
sorry.
Right up into the deadline here, but
Literally going on up to the deadline.
Literally, and I apologize for my back and forth.
No, that's
but
fine.
It led
Yeah, I
to
think that
hopefully a good result, and we believe everybody involved is happy with what we're proposing.
yeah, lay it out.
To everyone involved, alderman and everybody.
We've been on the phone with the alderman twice. He issued initially a letter of support and then subsequently a letter of no objection based on or following up our
Yes,
conversation.
I'm aware of that.
Commissioner, there is no active community organization in this area. The neighbor to the north of us is a substation, a ComEd substation. Immediately southwest of us is another ComEd substation. Immediately south of us, south of us is the Chicago Fire Academy and the training facility. And then to our immediate west is more of a warehouse industrial building. So it's a unique area because it is downtown service zone, so it's not a residential area. It really is more commercial or service oriented. And again, in speaking with the alderman, we've had multiple conversations that also point out that this property was previously in the 25th ward. It came into the 28th ward. So a lot of our conversations were in the last couple of weeks with alderman.
We're having a lot of that.
It's happening
We're having a lot of that. So,
sir.
I mean, it's good. You're doing your job. That's
Right, but
great.
it's-
But I'm under the new, yeah.
The
That's-
active
I'm
alderman.
in the present, future, not the
100%,
past.
100%.
We don't
The
need to
old
talk
in
about
with the
past.
new.
Exactly.
Yes,
Especially the
Exactly.
chairman.
All right, I've got the recommendation now, so let me go ahead and read it. This is the recommendation for calendar number 236-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a drive-through facility to serve a proposed Raising Cane's restaurant, provided one, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Raising Cane's Restaurants LLC. Two, the development is consistent with the design and layout of Site Sketch Alternative Number 8, dated February 21, 2023. Exterior keynote elevations dated July 13, 2023, prepared by ADA Architects, and tree preservation plan, landscape specifications and details, exterior keynote elevations dated July 14, 2023, prepared by ADA Architects. And three, the site plan is modified to reconfigure the 588 square feet, 3-season seating area, the sidewalk, the front landscaping, and bike rack locations as per the marked up plan dated July 21, 2023.
Chairman, that kind of stole my thunder because I was going to go through those exact changes. Just for the record, the Department of Planning and along with the client's authorization, have initialed those 4 changes specified in the department's recommendation letter, and we are in agreement on those conditions. And I think everybody involved, from Commissioner Murphy, Nancy, Alderman Irvin, to find a solution. With that, and because we are no longer in a contested hearing, I'd ask to call my first witness and testify to prior statements and again, Mr. Ryan's report.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So Robert, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Robert Montgomery.
Your address, please.
Address is 6800 Bishop Road, Plano, Texas, 75024.
Sorry, and you are the Senior Director of Development for the applicant, Raising Cane's Restaurants?
Yes, sir.
And again, Raising Cane's has a contract to purchase, ultimately to develop the subject property. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, you were kind of called in an emergency scenario. So with respect to the findings of fact, is it true that you have reviewed the statements that were initially offered by your colleague, Lou Allen Foster?
Yes.
And do you believe those statements to be true and accurate?
Yes, sir.
And would you adopt those same as your own for the purposes of today's zoning board hearing?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with the statements that were previously provided?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
So just he's the big guns. He came in to
he
get
came
it
from
done.
Plano.
Lou Aaron's on vacation, so I said, I got you.
And for the record again, Tom Safransky, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Tom Safransky, business address is 4201 Winfield Road, Warrenville, Illinois.
And you're a professional engineer with Kimley Horn?
Yes,
And again, you help assist in the design for the program that's being presented today, is that right?
yes,
And you believe not only will it work in an efficient manner, but it'll also comply with the applicable CDOT and landscaping perimeter fencing requirements?
correct.
Thank you. And then lastly, Mr. Ryan, please state your name and address for the record.
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group, with offices at 9455 South Horn Avenue in Chicago.
And Joe, you prepared a land use report specific to the special use application to permit the drive-through lanes?
I did.
And it's your professional opinion that all of the approval criteria were met, is that right?
That's correct.
It's your understanding that my office submitted a copy of your written report to the board?
Yes,
And if you were to continue to testify today, your testimony would be consistent with the findings and conclusions contained in your written report, is that right?
it would.
Chairman, that concludes our applicant's case in chief. We'd be happy to answer any questions you or the board members have about our project.
Sure. And for the record, Mr. Ryan's expertise has already been recognized today. Any questions from the board?
Yeah, so I really do have my head around it, but I wanted 99%. I want to make it 100%. So this is just going to be a drive-through. There's no indoor dining.
So
right?
the issue is if you can actually go back one slide. So the portion on the right side of the building is going to be a Three Seasons room. It's going to have walls, it's going to have a ceiling, so a roof, it's going to have operable windows. That is going to be our on-site dining offer.
And that's
That's what
12 months out of the year.
12 months out of the year, it's going to be heated in the winter and it's going to be cooled or fanned in the ceiling fans for the summer months. And again, operable windows, enclosed space.
I've had quite a few conversations about this today. so
I understand. I'm sure
Wait,
you have. And again, I don't want to open a issue, but the code defines a restaurant as a production of food for retail sales, both for on-site or off-site consumption. So the definition of a restaurant is either or, on-site or off-site.
Oh, don't you think I know that?
I would hope.
Okay.
Right? And we, our biggest competitor is Manny's right behind us. So anyway, we found a solution. We think, hopefully the letter that the department has offered confirms that. And again,
I just wanted to go on record. We have indoor dining.
12 months a year,
That's what I wanted. on record.
covered with windows.
Thank you.
Yes, Nancy Radzovich from the Department of Planning and Development would like to speak. Please go ahead, Nancy.
Thank you. That was exactly the point of discussion.
Oh, that's, yeah, it's, I've been getting calls. Yes.
And so we just wanted to make sure and the attorney has since done that just to clarify that they intend to have like heating units and fans and things like that so that it can be used, up to 12 months a year seasonally. And the other aspects of the changes were to actually provide a little bit more prominence to the streetscape. So they're not going to increase the outdoor seating area or three-season area. They're going to reconfigure it in such a way so that that front wall is moved closer to the street while still maintaining that same square footage because there's some code things. Realign where the sidewalk is running along the side as opposed to up into the front, and then allow them to maintain the landscaping. What that'll do is it'll give us at least probably maybe another, 3 or 4 feet, I'm hoping, of that building coming forward just to get a little bit more of the streetscape preserved.
Thank you. I always like to hear from the departments and neighborhood groups and aldermen. So we're hearing from everyone. So that's good. Thank you.
All right, so with that, we'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. I move that we convene into closed session pursuant to Section 2C4 of the Open Meetings Act for the purpose of considering the evidence and testimony presented in open session. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes. We're in closed session.
Thank you. We went back and forth. Yeah.
Okay, everybody ready? All right. Okay, I move that we return to open session. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, and we're back. We will now vote. Note that any motion to approve a special use will be tied to the recommendations of the department and any additional conditions read by me. First, I move to approve all continuance requests to the dates stated by me. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes.
No, I'm sorry. It was 203. I'm sorry. I was.
No, no,
absent.
no, this is
Oh,
for the
okay.
continuances, just the
Got it.
continuances.
Sorry.
So your vote was,
Yes.
I vote yes, the continuances are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 203-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Absent.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 204-23-Z and 205-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 207-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 208-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 210-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 211-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 213-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 214-23-Z and 215-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 217-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 218-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 219-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 220-23-Z, 221-23-Z, and 222-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 223-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 224-23-S with the department's recommendations 1 and 2, but not recommendation number 3. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved under conditions 1 and 2, but not condition 3 of the department's recommendation. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 225-23-Z and 226-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 227-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 228-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 229-23-S and 230-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald.
Recused.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 231-23-S and 232-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald.
Recused.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 233-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Absent.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 236-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move that we recess until 2:00. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we're in recess until 2:00.
Testing. Hello, folks. I'm bringing over the appearance forms. Thank you for waiting. All the appearance forms have an address up top. If you can find your address for the property that you're here for, the applicants sign on the top, the opponents sign on the bottom. And so if you want to look for your address at the top, here we go. And someone took all my pens. Okay. Here we go. Okay, and these are blanks. Okay. All right. So look for the appearance form that conforms to your case. It is very important to sign in. The chairman needs this to see who is here. And also I need it to send out the resolutions. Make sure you put your full address, including zip code, because I don't do any research. All right. So opponents sign on the bottom and applicant and their representatives sign on the top. Then all you have to do is have a seat in the gallery. We'll be starting shortly. Watch the agenda to see where your case is. And as you see, if your case is getting nearer, you can start moving toward the entryway into the lower council chambers. When you're in the lower council chambers, be careful because the floor is uneven. So you have to watch where you're walking. I've been there, done that. I'll go see if I can get some pens. Oh, yes. And no hats. And Levator pointed out, no food, no drinks, no water in the council chambers. See if I can. I'll get some pens. Okay, there are agendas on the table. So if you need an agenda, pick one up. And I'm bringing over some more pens. Once you're done with the appearance form, just put it back on the table. And yes, sir, here's a pen. There we go. So applicant and the representative sign on the top. Wherever you want me to send the notice. Okay. What? It can do that, yes. Okay. You're with, okay, then just have a seat and, okay. If your attorney is here, you don't need to sign it. Yeah. Okay, that would be for 25623 on Summerdale, okay. 256, look for Summer, now these are blank ones. So, yeah, Summer, oh, that one's, okay. All right. Summerdale, look for Summerdale. Here's Summerdale. Okay, are you here in opposition?
I have some questions first.
Okay, then you sign on the bottom. Will the attorney for 2443 to 49 West Summerdale, please come to the rear here. The attorney for 2443-49 West Summerdale.
Doing such a wonderful
Oh,
job.
thank you. Great.
Do you feel like feeling, you know?
We're gonna- Yeah. Power. Yes, the young lady had a very good question. Yes, everyone should fill out the form if you want to receive a resolution or if you want to testify. So the applicant and their representatives fill out the top and the objectors fill out the bottom. And thank you to whoever brought those extra pens. And just put the appearance form back on the table. The address of the subject property is at the top. Okay. Okay, perfect. Just have a seat then and watch for when your case is called. Okay. All right. Will the attorney who is handling 2443-49 Summerdale, please come to the rear here in the gallery? Hi there. For the address, what was your address on there? Was the address of the property on? Because I didn't have these out.
Right.
You signed up. Okay. As long as you signed in and the address of the. Yeah, but I didn't have the. first one out.
Okay.
Okay. I wonder who's gonna, I better find out who's handling Summerdale. Okay. All right. So we're doing good. You can sign in, it's not gonna hurt.
Okay.
It's not gonna hurt. You can sign in right here. You sign somewhere in here. Okay. Very good. And what's the address of the subject property?
307 North.
That's where that should go. There's a form for that.
Yeah.
Here we go, 3. Okay, again, everybody, the address of the subject property is at the top of the appearance form. You don't have to make out a new form if the form is available. Okay, maybe not. Maybe you're right. All right, make sure you put that address up there because otherwise I won't know. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Cedric, is there a Cedric Lockton here? Cedric Lockton. Cedric Lockton. Cedric? And again, the attorney handling Summerdale, are you here? You have an opponent. Signed in. Okay, let me get him for you. He signed in on your, where's Summerdale? Here we go. Okay, Ishmael, Ishmael. Ishmael, Inye, please come back here. Ishmael, who signed in for Summerdale? Ishmael. So there's no one here. Ishmael, I-N-A-Y. I-N-A-Y. Really? Yeah, he did sign in just now. And he walked over there and nobody's answering. Yes, Council. Sure will. Okay, sure will. Would Tristan, P-R-A-T-H-P, Tristan, Ian Ryder, Tristan and Ian Ryder, are you here? Yes, would you step back over here? There they are, Council. Okay. Okay. Council. Okay, right here. Council? Okay, that's not them, that's not them. Okay, let's see. That was. All right. Again, I'm asking for Ishmael. You just signed in. Where are you? Ishmael? Oh, there he is. Cedric Lochitim, Lohitom. Okay, what is the address you're here for? Can you write it down here, sir, or can you find it on, because there's no address, so we don't know. The subject property you're here for. Yeah, is that you? Okay. Okay, everybody, when you're done with the appearance forms, return the appearance forms to the table and then have a seat. The cases will be called. They will be moving quickly. As you near your case, you can start moving toward the 2 entryways at the east and the west side of the auditorium. Be careful on the uneven platforms when you go down to sit down in the front of the seats. Yeah, we've never been there.
Yeah, we never had that. All right.
Food, no water, no drinks. No food, no water, no drinks in council chambers.
Okay. I move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, and we're back. All
We're
right,
in session. Could everyone calm down? Please. Thank you. In the back, please stop talking. Thank you.
okay, we are going to start the 2 p.m. call, but before we do that, we'll take continuances or withdrawals.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Rolando Acosta here on behalf of the applicant on 2434 South Albany. It's calendar number 23823Z on page 7. We'd like a continuance. This project's being modified and it may affect the degree of variation that we need.
Okay, this matter will be continued to September 15, 2023, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I am Tom Pekarsky of the law firm of Gordon and Pekarsky, representing 254-23-Z, appearing on page 10. We are seeking a continuance on this matter. There's a possibility that there was a staff missed an additional variation, and we want to make sure that a second review by staff is made before we go to hearing. 254-23-Z, appearing on page 10, 6137 West 63rd Street.
Okay, calendar number 254-23-Z will be continued to September 15, 2023, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you. Additionally, I am here on 114-23-S and 115-23-Z, appearing on page 12, 2310 East 79th Street, both of the cases. We would like to withdraw these cases.
Okay, calendar numbers 114-23-S and 115-23-Z will be withdrawn.
Thank you. I have no further.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Nick Fatikas.
Good afternoon.
On page 9, 249-23S, 2501 South Martin Luther King Drive. We're asking for a 1-month continuance because this is a property that it stayed in the 4th ward, but there's a new 4th ward alderman. The alderman was here earlier today. We have no objection as long as the record reflects it's a continuance made by the alderman. And we are asking if the board would consider a 1-month continuance to bring the alderman up to speed.
So September is the best we can do.
Okay.
But we will continue at the alderman's request. We'll continue calendar number 249-23-S to September 15, 2023, and no further notice will be given.
Great. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. Kareem Musawwir on behalf of the owner of Round Lake Auto Credit LLC. That's on page 7237-23Z. The applicant and the owner, Robert McKenzie, is in Atlanta, wasn't able to get back to Chicago in time. He said 2 months would be okay if you could give him.
Okay, this is calendar number 237-23-Z will be continued to September 15, 2023, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you.
Good
Go ahead.
afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I have case 248-23S, 6004 West North Avenue. We've been back and forth with some revisions with Nancy in the planning department and
our last set didn't get in time for her to review them, so we'd respectfully ask for continuance.
Okay, calendar number 248-23-S will be continued to September 15, 2023, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you.
All right, I think we can call our first case.
Case number 2923 S 527 Southwell.
Yeah. All right. Go ahead and read the department's recommendation for calendar number 239-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed adult use cannabis dispensary on the ground floor, provided one, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Blounson Moore LLC. Two, all on-site customer queuing occurs within the building. Three, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site plan, west elevations, east elevations, and floor plan dated June 29, 2023, prepared by Filaramo Tausma Architecture. And four, prior to any portion of the first floor identified as NIC, meaning not in contract, on the floor plan and or any portion of any basement space, if applicable, being utilized, the applicant must file an application and receive approval from the Zoning Board of Appeals to amend this special use. Counselor, with that, you have no objectors. If you can just briefly, within a minute, tell us why you're here and then have your witnesses swear to their affidavits.
Sure. Good afternoon, Rolando Acosta here on behalf of the applicant. We're here seeking the special use, as the chairman mentioned, for an adult use cannabis facility at 527 South Wells. The property is currently improved with an 8-story building, office uses on the upper floors, a ground floor commercial space of approximately 4,000 square feet that's been vacant for quite some time. The proposed special use would occupy the ground floor currently vacant commercial space. We've got public parking lots to our north and our south and our east. East of us is the LaSalle Metro train station. West of us are the ramps that lead up from Lower Wacker Drive. So we're well buffered from adjacent neighborhoods. The applicant has received a license from the state of Illinois as a social equity applicant to operate an adult use cannabis facility and wishes to deploy that license to this particular location. It anticipates that it will employ approximately 40 individuals, between 15 and 20 during the single largest peak, and it will operate daily approximately from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. Parking will be, there's no parking on site, but there's obviously parking next door. So people will be able to park in the public parking spaces, and the applicant will have a validation system for its customers. That is a very quick summary. Of the
Let me
proposal.
swear your witnesses. Could everybody planning to testify in this matter, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, I'll start with Sherry Blounce. Sherry, please state your name and address for the record. That's
Yes, Sherry Blunt, 2334 Ashboro Drive in Chevy Chase, Maryland.
You are the manager for the applicant, correct?
Yes, I am.
And you have secured a license from the state
Yes,
and plan to operate here in accordance with all state and city regulations.
yes, we do.
And we prepared an affidavit on your behalf that summarized your testimony. You reviewed that affidavit and signed it. And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
It would be entirely consistent.
Thank you. Dre, please state your name and address for the record.
Andrea Trabradovich, 1471 Lombard Avenue in Lombard, Illinois.
Can you spell your last name for the court reporter?
Trobradovvic.
You are an operations consultant working with Blount and Moore, correct?
Yes,
And you have reviewed the proposed operation for the facility and find it to be efficient and will be in compliance with state and city regulations, correct?
that's correct.
And we prepared an affidavit on your behalf, and you reviewed it, executed it as accurate. And if you were to continue to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the affidavit?
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
Bryant?
Bryant Peacock. The address is 1463 West Willow, Chicago, Illinois, 60642.
And you are the project architect for this project?
Yes,
And you find that the proposed layout is consistent with the Chicago Building Code and all applicable regulations?
yes,
And we prepared an affidavit on your behalf, which you reviewed and signed. And if you were to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
yes.
Thank you. Moving along to Michael Norris. Mr. Chairman, I believe Mr. Norris testified earlier today,
And
and
his expertise has been recognized.
thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Michael Norris, I work for BBG. It's located at 230 West Monroe, Suite 2125, Chicago, Illinois, 60606.
Thank you. And you reviewed the proposal
Yes,
and the location,
yes,
and you made an evaluation as to how the proposal would comply with the standards for special use. Is that correct?
correct,
And you found that it complied with all the standards for special use. Is that correct?
correct.
And you prepared a report which has been submitted to the board. And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that report?
Yes,
Mr. Chairman, the only other thing I have is we have met and talked with the Near South Planning Board. They reviewed this proposal, issued a letter of support. I have copies of their letter here for the board. With that, we will be standing for any questions you may have.
Please, you also have the alderman here in support. Is that correct?
I do, but I was going to let him speak for himself.
Yes. Alderman, if you could state your name and your role, please.
Yes, Alderman Bill Conway, for the record, BILL CONWAY of the 34th Ward, which includes 527 South Wells Street. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, I'm here to provide my strong support for this social equity cannabis dispensary. The community, I did attend a community meeting. The community feedback has been overwhelmingly positive. That's buttressed by the exhibit from the Near South Planning Board. And I would also say that I have indeed met with Ms. Blount multiple times, and I'm confident she'll be an excellent operator. And with that, I would ask for the board's support. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the board?
No, I just want to say to Counselor, I like this, and I like that you had the alderman come in person. Now I know the community really wants this, so thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, with that, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Slightly out of order, case number 25723S, 418 to 30 South Racine, 417 South Loomis.
Which number again? 257. Oh, it's CTA, yeah. What's that size?
All right, I'll go ahead and read the Department of Planning and Development's recommendation. This is the recommendation for calendar number 257-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed expansion of a major utilities and service for two proposed transit station head houses and renovations of the existing transit station platform and canopy, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Chicago Transit Authority, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated July 15, 2022, prepared by HNTB Corporation and Ross Barney Architects. Will everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. Counselor, you have no objectors. You can proceed with the short form.
Great. Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Janet Stengel of Daspin and Ament with legal offices at 300 South Wacker, Suite 2200 in Chicago. As Mr. Chairman said, the CTA is here today regarding improvements to the Blue Line Racine Station located at 418 through 430 South Racine Avenue and 417 South Loomis Street. An overview of the existing zoning and quick surrounding neighborhood. The station is known as the Racine Blue Line Station. It runs continuously. It has been located at this location since 1958. You can see on the slides that it is located directly on the median of the I-290 Eisenhower Expressway. Zoning of the subject property is an M13 manufacturing district. The improvements to the station are for accessibility to all commuters. These improvements will include a new two-story head house at Racine to improve the non-compliant ramp, and a one-story new head house at Loomis to again comply with the non-compliant ramp, in addition to other improvements which will improve accessibility, such as push-button elevators and an accessible kiosk and toilet facility for CTA employees. We have 3 witnesses here with us today. First, we have Mr. Steve Sherry, the Vice President of Capital Construction with CTA. Steve, you previously submitted an affidavit that has been introduced into the record. If you were to continue to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the facts in the affidavit?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Mr. Eric Martin is the architect who prepared the plans for the project. Eric, you previously submitted an affidavit that has been introduced into the record. If you were to continue to testify today, would your statements be consistent with the facts in the affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. Bethany Long is the planner who prepared the project zoning summary for the property. Beth, you previously submitted an affidavit that has been introduced into the record. If you were to continue to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the findings in that affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I now like to ask that the formal application package be submitted into the record that has been previously submitted.
It's submitted.
Thanks. We have also met with Alderman Conway, who is here today present, and the CTA had a successful meeting with the alderman. We also have a letter of support from the alderman, which I would like to submit into the record now.
Please do.
Thanks.
And for the record, the board recognizes Ms. Long's expertise. And we do have well, actually, do you want, have you gotten all your witnesses on yet?
Yes.
Okay, great. We do have Alderman Conway here. Alderman, if you could just state your name and role for the record, please.
Yes, Alderman Bill Conway, the 34th Ward, which includes the project in question, here to provide my verbal support for the special use application here. I have had regular contact with the CTA and the witnesses before you. And this will indeed improve Blue Line efficiency for the CTA. And this project has my strong support. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the board? We have what we need. We'll take it under advisement. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Next case, 24023S, 3419 through 25 West Belmont. Exactly.
right, while everyone is getting situated, I'm going to go ahead and read the department's recommendation. This is the recommendation for calendar number 240-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed adult use cannabis dispensary, provided one, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Green and Randall LLC / Nature's Grace and Wellness LLC. 2, all on-site customer queuing occurs within the building. And 3, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site plan, floor plan, and elevations dated July 19, 2023, prepared by Genient and East Lake Studio, and landscape plan dated July 2023, prepared by Scott Byron and Co. Inc. Counselor, is everybody here who's planning to testify? Okay, great. Everybody planning to testify both for the applicant and the objectors, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. Counselor, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and esteemed members of the committee. Once more for the record here today, my name is Sarah Barnes and I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks, located at 221 North LaSalle Street. Excuse me. I'm very, very happy to be here this afternoon on behalf of the co-applicants, Green and Randall LLC and Nature's Grace and Wellness LLC. Here with me today is most of our entire team. Starting with, I'm just gonna, for introduction's sake, members of our ownership team, Sarah Zamatis from Green, co-owner of Green and Randall, and her partner Daryl Randall, another co-owner of Green and Randall, as well as Timothy O'Hearn, the Chief Operating Officer for Nature's Grace and Wellness. And we also have the matriarch and patriarch and founders of Nature's Grace and Wellness, Kelly and Larry O'Hearn here. And as well, we have for operationally, we have Roger Dillman, the Vice President of Retail for Nature's Grace and Wellness, Ben Percy, our Compliance Officer, and also Cynthia Guzman, the Director of Marketing and Community Outreach for Nature's Grace. And then we have lastly, but certainly not least, our experts, George Kissel and Terry O'Brien. And we also have our project architect, Jamie Megalith. Don't worry, I'm not intending on necessarily calling all of these witnesses on direct, but we just wanted to have everyone available in case there were any questions.
Sure. Counselor, could you do me a favor and keep the opening brief, and then, you know, because a lot of times what happens is the opening, you tend to say, or a lot of attorneys tend to say everything that they're then going to ask their witnesses, and I'd rather just get it right from the witnesses.
Sure.
God, you sound like our former chairman, Jonathan Swain. I like this. That was a compliment. Big one, right?
Taking it back. Taking it back, Commissioner Toya. Yes, I certainly will. I do also, though, want to be mindful. We found out this when we came this afternoon that there are some objectors. So I do just want to make sure that I get a full case on.
Yeah, I want you to get the case on, but I'd rather it be through the evidence of the and testimony of the witnesses as opposed to just the opening.
Yep. Got it. I think I keep the summary pretty short. So just since this is a little bit of a unique situation, I will give you a little bit of background regarding this particular application. Green and Randall LLC and Nature's Grace and Wellness LLC, the two co-applicants here, are partners in this endeavor pursuant to a conditional management services agreement that has been authorized by the Illinois Department of Financial Services and Professional Responsibility. As a matter of structure and background, Green and Randall, which is co-owned by Sarah Zamatis and Daryl Randall, qualifies as a social equity applicant pursuant to the Illinois Cannabis Regulation Tax Act. After many months, long arduous months of navigating the state's licensing process, Green and Randall was awarded a conditional adult use dispensing organization license in and around July of 22nd, 2022. Though both Ms. Zamatis and Mr. Randall have been profoundly affected by the legalization of cannabis, both medicinally and recreationally, neither has direct experience in operating a dispensary, which is one of the state's most highly regulated businesses. Moreover, after exhausting almost every cent of their resources in applying for and ultimately procuring the conditional state license, Ms. Zamatis and Mr. Randall quickly realized that they may not be able to generate and to maintain sufficient capital to even sustain the entire permitting process, much less getting open and operating. As such, and once more, after many months of due diligence, Green and Randall teamed up with the O'Hearn family by and through Nature's Grace and Wellness, which has over 8 years of direct experience owning and operating cultivation and retail cannabis dispensaries throughout the state of Illinois, in order to help them navigate this process and, if successful, to manage the actual day-to-day operations of the proposed dispensary. And again, Chairman, towards your end, I'm happy to go deeper into that relationship with my witnesses. Fast forward to September of 2022, when we started this journey with the city of Chicago. This course of events led the co-applicants to the subject property, which comprises the southeast corner of Belmont Avenue and Bernard Street in the very heart of Avondale neighborhood and the 35th Ward. A location that is meaningful to the co-applicants, as many of their existing team members grew up in and or currently reside in the neighborhood. And two, because this community is completely underserved in terms of retail access to cannabis product. The subject site is improved with a one-story standalone commercial building and a paved accessory parking lot, which such building has been plagued by vacancy for many years, creating a dormant void in this otherwise vibrant streetscape. Co-applicant Green and Randall has executed a long-term lease with the co-owner of the subject property, which such lease will allow the co-applicants to occupy the entirety of the site and the corresponding improvements, and if this special use is approved here today, to operate a dispensary therein. We are proceeding therefore with this petition with the express written consent of the property owner and landlord. As a matter of further procedural benchmarks, the co-applicants filed the subject application for special use on or about March 28th of this year, after many months of engagement with members of the local community, including the Avondale Chamber of Commerce, the immediate residential neighbors, and the many local business owners that create this vital commercial corridor, as well as with Alderman Ramirez Rosa and his staff. Subsequent thereto, and pursuant to the Chicago zoning ordinance, the applicant hosted an in-person community meeting on April 27th, 2023. At the recommendation of the alderman, the meeting was held at Revolution Brewery and Tap Room, which is located within immediate proximity of the subject site and within the 35th Ward. A copy of all of these relevant notices were already tendered to this board as part of the applicant's findings of fact. We appear before you here today with the written support from several property owners and business owners in the immediate area, and two, with no objection from Alderman Ramirez Rosa, who coincidentally resides very close to the subject property. As already introduced, we have representatives from every facet of our ownership and operational teams here today, along with our expert witnesses. In the interest of time and efficiency, Mr. Chairman, I do intend to have The following witnesses provide some direct testimony: Sarah Zamatis, Daryl Randall, Tim O'Hearn, Roger Dillman, George Kissel, and Terry O'Brien. Our other witnesses, of course, are available to answer any other questions. With that, I will proceed with my first witness. Mr. Randall, may you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Daryl Randall, 7457 North Maplewood Avenue, Chicago, 60645.
Thank you. And Mr. Randall, as indicated, you are a co-owner and a managing member of the co-applicant Green and Randall LLC. Is that right?
That is correct.
And above and beyond being co-applicant, Green and Randall is also the current conditional license holder as it relates to the proposed special use. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, that's correct.
And towards those ends, you are the majority social equity member for the conditional license. Is that right?
Yes, I am.
And you qualify as a social equity member actually for 3 reasons. 1, you are a racial minority. 2, you actively served in the U.S. military, so you're a veteran. And also you were personally the victim of the state's failed war on drugs. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And it's those latter injustices were many of the personal motivations behind your interest in becoming an owner of a cannabis dispensary. Is that right?
That is correct.
Thank you. And that's also what led you to your connection with Ms. Zamatis. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is it true, Mr. Randall, that Green and Randall has executed a long-term lease for the subject premises?
Yes, we have.
So then Green and Randall is the sole lessee and tenant on that lease. Is that also true?
That is correct.
And then in furtherance of this endeavor, is it also true that you have executed a conditional management services agreement with your other co-applicant, Nature's Grace and Wellness, as it relates directly to this proposed dispensary and the subject license?
That is correct.
And that agreement has been authorized by IDFPR as part of your licensing process. Is that true?
Correct.
Thank you. And that agreement will allow for Nature's Grace to share with you, Green and Randall, the tremendous functional and financial obligations essential to the build out and management and long-term day-to-day operations of the dispensary. Is that right?
That is correct.
But you intend to remain a vested member of and license holder if the proposed special use is granted here today, and as well if the state license your operational, or sorry, issues your operational license. Is that true, Mr. Randall?
That is true.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you. Ms. Zamatis, may you too state your name and address for the record?
Sure. I'm Sarah Zamatis. I live at 813 Monroe Street in Evanston, Illinois, 60202.
Once more, you too are a co-owner and managing member of Green and Randall LLC. Is that right?
That is correct.
And you are familiar with the facts here. Would you similarly attest to all of the facts and information that Mr. Randall just testified to?
I would, yes.
As I have already alluded herein, you have a very unique and special motivation behind your interest in the industry as well. And that's because you especially and your family have kind of a profound story as it relates to the cannabis industry. Is that correct, Ms. Zamatis?
That is true.
Can you just very, in the interest of time, briefly explain your motivation behind becoming a part of this team?
Certainly. In 2015, my daughter was diagnosed with an inoperable brain tumor. She was 2.5 years old at the time. And like most families would do, we followed the doctors at Lurie Hospital and went into traditional treatment. It was a very scary time. She developed hydrocephalus. She went into puberty. And all that time I was searching for alternative treatments that might help enhance her treatment. Many helpful people sent me things over the internet, but the internet, as we all know, sometimes doesn't always tell the truth. So I took that all with a big grain of salt, especially the headline that said baby's tumor cured by cannabis. But then I started hearing from some other people that there was interesting research happening overseas, which wasn't happening here in 2015. So I started to reach out and kind of figure out a little bit more about what was going on in Israel and in the UK and in Spain with researches as to solid mass tumors and cannabis, its curative effects on it. I did write to all the foremost experts because I had no fear at that time. And I heard back from Raphael Mechoulam, who's considered the grandfather of cannabis as medicine. And he said, you are in a tough spot, but if this was my grandchild, here is what I would do. And he laid out a cannabis regimen that he would recommend. At the time, I just put that in my back pocket because I was holding faith that the team at Lurie was going to be able to stabilize my daughter's tumor. Unfortunately, 8 months into treatment, we discovered that she had lost vision in one of her eyes. And nobody on our team or the 7 other hospitals we got opinions from could come up with a conclusive reason why she had lost her vision. And several were saying it was the chemotherapy itself that had caused it. So at this time, the confluence of events happened that Illinois was coming online with its medical cannabis program. We didn't want to continue the chemo with our daughter, so we made the impossible decision to discontinue chemo and have our daughter go on cannabis oils. To that end, we found a doctor who was an expert in California who had been doing this for over a dozen years, and we started our daughter on a cannabis regimen. We did that for 8 months with great success. Then the tumor showed a little bit of growth, so we added chemotherapy back into her regimen. But after several more rounds, we were able to stabilize the tumor, and we ended her treatment in 2017. And I'm proud to say that now she is a thriving, rising 5th grader who's able to do most things other kids are, even though she still has this inoperable brain tumor. And she remains on cannabis daily. It's a very effective medicine and had a profound effect on my family. During this whole time of treatment as well, Daryl and I lived a block from each other, so he was very well abreast of everything that was happening with my daughter, and that's where I learned about his struggles with the war on drugs. So when it came time for dispensary applications, we decided that we would try to change the landscape and put our name in for opening a dispensary.
Thank you, Ms. Samadas. And towards that end, although you realized that you wanted to become a part of this industry, you and Mr. Randall didn't necessarily realize just how many obstacles to entry into this industry there are based on the state legislation. Is that correct?
We worked tirelessly to try and find locations and work with municipalities, and we just kept hitting a lot of roadblocks, and all of the holdups that happened in the licensing process itself also depleted our capital quite greatly. So that's why we sought out somebody who had some experience within the industry to help guide us through the process.
Thank you. And those were the very practical obstacles. And then as well, you've had significant financial obstacles along the way, but have been able to still maintain very vested members. And towards that end, not only financially and on paper have you guys been so involved in this process, but both of you, I do want to commend you. Is it true both of you were actively engaged with the community process for this dispensary, and you both attended the community meeting and spoke at the community meeting? Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And it is your desire to remain a very vested members of this team and operate in this community. Is that correct?
100%.
Thank you. Thank you both. Again, no further questions for Ms. Samadas?
I have a question. So you're saying you're going to stay part of the team. You're not going to sell out. You're going to stay part of the team you got here, right?
It is our intention to stay on board.
Yeah. And if we put that in there, that you're going to stay there, you're on the lease and everything, right?
Correct. We're the sole signees.
Okay. Counselor knows where I'm going.
Okay.
But yes. All right. Just want to make sure you're on record. Thanks.
I wanted them all available for
Yes,
you,
yeah,
Commissioner.
these are my questions.
Thank you. And towards that end, I'll put Mr. O'Hearn on as well. So, Mr. O'Hearn, if you two could go on the record, please, and state your name and address.
Yeah, Timothy O'Hearn, 36 Indian Trail Road, Macomb, Illinois, 61455.
And you're the Chief Operating Officer for the co-applicant Nature's Grace and Wellness, is that right?
That is correct.
And two, you are one of the sons of Larry and Kelly O'Hearn, the founders of Nature's Grace and Wellness, is that right?
That is correct.
And your family started out 5 generations ago in the farming industry right here in Illinois. And then from there, branched out and founded Nature's Grace in 2014 as one of the original participants in the Compassionate Care Act of Illinois. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Soon thereafter, your family was actually able to open one of the first cannabis cultivation facilities in Illinois back in 2015. Is that true?
That is correct.
And then broadening even more from there, you went on to open 2 retail dispensaries in the state as well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is it true that Nature's Grace continues to actively own and operate your farm as well as the 2 dispensaries?
That is correct.
And 2, that over 60% of the product that's cultivated by your farm is distributed to a majority of the other cannabis dispensaries already actively operating in the state, including many of those here in Chicago and the other social equity dispensaries?
Yes, we distribute our product throughout the state to the majority of dispensaries.
Thank you. It's probably pretty fair to say then, Mr. O'Hearn, that Nature's Grace has a good deal of experience and success in the ownership, operation, and management of cannabis business establishments in the state. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And 2, by and through these meaningful years of experience servicing the community, Nature's Grace has also been recognized as a minority and woman-owned business by the state of Illinois. Is that right?
Yes, we are majority female owned.
Thank you. And towards that end, your mother, Kelly O'Hearn, the matriarch of Nature's Grace, is here today. But as I assured Kelly, who suffers from stage fright, she really wanted Tim to be the voice of Nature's Grace and Wellness. So I want to thank you for being there, because Kelly, I can already see her getting red back there. But she is available for questions. And then, as already explained to the board, through the testimony of Ms. Zamatis and Mr. Randall, Nature's Grace has executed a conditional management services agreement, which will allow for the 2 respective parties to share in the functional and financial resources necessary to license and operate the new dispensary. Is that right?
That is correct.
And that agreement is conditioned upon approval of this special use as well as issuance of the final operating license by the state of Illinois. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And once more, this agreement has been authorized by IDFPR pursuant to the social equity legislation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Towards these end, Mr. O'Hearn, is it true that these agreements are pretty common in the industry due to the exceedingly burdensome obstacles to entry and success imposed by the state legislation for these operations?
Yes, my understanding, they're very common.
And that's likely then why the state actually wrote such agreements into the amended legislation when creating the social equity program. Is that right?
I would assume so, yes.
Accordingly, and very importantly, is it true that the subject conditional license, which is required in order for the co-applicants to operate a dispensary at this particular location and pursuant to this particular special use, will always remain in the name and held by Green and Randall LLC?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions for Mr. O'Hart? Great.
just had one question while he's-
Sure.
I appreciate the very compelling stories shared by Green and Randall. Could you just confirm under the operation agreement you described what the financial benefit Green and Randall will get from all of what they are contributing to this endeavor?
Yeah, so under the conditional management services agreement, we we're bringing our experience and helping design and helping fund and finance the build out of the retail location and assisting with the startup of the operations.
And what is the financial benefit that Green and Randall will receive in terms of revenues from the store if it opens?
Yeah, the ownership of the store will remain the same. So we're really our role is helping and starting the facility up and getting it operational and off the ground.
So they will pay you a fee and then otherwise the revenues from the store will remain theirs?
That is correct.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. Mr. Dillman, may you please state your name and address for the record?
Roger Dillman, 19535 116th Avenue, Mokina, Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Dillman. And you are the Vice President of Retail for the co-applicant Nature's Grace and Wellness, is that right?
Correct.
And you have over 5 years of direct management experience in the cannabis business industry, is that true?
Yes, that's true.
And that's right here in the state of Illinois, is that right?
That is true.
And you've actually been an integral part of the opening and operation of 12 dispensaries here in Illinois, including the 2 that you are currently overseeing for Nature's Grace and Wellness, is that right?
That is correct.
If the proposed special use is granted by this honorable board and the state then issues the corresponding operating license accordingly, is it true that you will be primarily responsible for the day-to-day operational aspects of the dispensary?
Yes,
And as such, Mr. Dillman, you will be actively involved with vetting and hiring the staff that will be employed by and for the proposed dispensary, is that correct?
yes, it is.
Thank you. And that, all of which such hiring you intend to do within the Avondale and immediately surrounding neighborhoods that generally comprise the 35th ward, is that right?
Yes, I do.
And those hiring practices are inherent in Nature's Grace fundamental business values. And those hiring practices were communicated and committed to during your many months of community engagement leading up to this hearing. Is that right?
That is correct.
And again, similar to Ms. Samadas, Mr. Randall, and Mr. O'Hearn, you personally participated in the community review and the community meeting for this proposal, is that right?
Yes, I did.
And aside from, or with regard to the hiring, your hiring practices call for on-the-job training as well as continued education, but is it true that your policies also call for vertical integration and promotion wholly within your company?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. And in addition to hiring and developing the operational team for this proposed dispensary, you, along with your compliance officer, Mr. Percy, will also be responsible for ensuring that the proposed new dispensary operates in full compliance with all rules and regulations governing the cannabis industry as codified and ordained by the state of Illinois as well as the city of Chicago. Is that right, Mr. Dillman?
Yes, it is.
And accordingly, is it true that you have worked with the other members of Green and Randall and Nature's Grace ownership and management teams in conjunction with their security consultants towards the development of an operational plan that will be implemented for the new dispensary?
Yes,
And this operational plan is consistent with and adopts many of the operating procedures that were implemented by the other successful dispensaries that you managed, including in particular the 2 that you're currently managing for Nature's Grace and Wellness. Is that right?
yes,
And those operating procedures have already been approved by IDFPR. Is that correct?
yes,
Thank you. And those same general operating characteristics and procedures are further outlined in the applicant's findings of fact that were tendered to this board before the hearing. Is that correct?
yes,
As well as in your corresponding affidavit. Is that correct, Mr. Dillman?
that is correct.
Thank you. Mr. Dillman, I'm not gonna dive too deep into operations, Mr. Chairman, unless you want me to, since it's in the findings.
No, so you have a good submission, and, I mean, I know we do have objectors.
I was just gonna have
here,
him attest to
so,
the
yeah,
findings.
That's fine with me.
Perfect. Mr. Dillman, then, if you were to continue to testify here today, would your testimony be consistent with all of the facts that were provided in our findings as well as with your affidavit?
Yes,
Thank you. I'm gonna go short form with you, George, and you, Terry, if that's okay, so we can let the objectors speak. So Mr. Kissel, if you can please state your name and address for the record.
Sure. For the record, my name is George Kissel. I'm the president of Oak Rent Kissel Associates with offices at 141 West Jackson in Chicago. I'm both a licensed architect and a certified planner with over 40 years of experience in the field of zoning and urban planning.
And Mr. Chairman, can we recognize Mr.?
Yes, we recognize Mr. Kissel's expertise.
Thank you. And the scope of your retention in this matter, Mr. Kissel, was to evaluate whether the requested special use to operate a cannabis dispensary at the subject site met all of the conditions precedent for proper zoning for the special use for a cannabis dispensary, as well as whether it meets all of the standards and criteria for a special use as set forth in the current zoning ordinance. Is that right?
That is correct.
And did you have an opportunity to make those evaluations and to put those, memorialize those opinions in a report?
Yes,
And your report has been submitted to the board prior to this hearing. Is that correct, Mr. Kissel?
that is correct.
As well as an supporting affidavit, is that right?
That is correct.
And in your findings and evaluations, is it your expert opinion that the proposed cannabis dispensary at the subject location does in fact meet all of the conditions precedent for appearing in front of this board, as well as all of the all of the standards and criteria for a special use as set forth in the current zoning ordinance?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. And Mr. Kissel, if you were to continue to testify here today, would your testimony be consistent with the statements and the opinions that are set forth in your expert report?
Yes, it would be.
Thank you. Mr. O'Brien? Oh,
We'll turn you on.
here, maybe. Sorry, we don't like to put baby in the corner.
Testing. Okay, it works. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. May you too state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Terrence M. O'Brien, O''BRIEN, maintain offices at 145 Revere Drive, Northbrook, Illinois.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, just since it's Terry's first time today,
Yes, the board recognizes his expertise.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And similarly, Mr. O'Brien, you were retained by the co-applicants in this matter in order to evaluate the subject property and the surrounding neighborhood and to make a determination as to whether the proposed cannabis dispensary at the subject location meets all of the standards and criteria for a special use as set forth in the current zoning ordinance. Is that right?
That is correct.
And did you as well have an opportunity to examine the subject site as well as the neighborhood and to make certain evaluations and conclusions based on your personal observations?
Yes, I inspected the subject property and surrounding area on 2 occasions, one in January and then most recently in April. I familiarized myself with not only the subject property itself, but the surrounding area. It's a mixed use type area along Belmont Avenue to the east of the subject. The primary land use is for commercial and business uses. To the west, it's a mixed use of commercial as well as residential. The property itself contains a building, 1-story, about 6,850 square feet. I would note that in my report, I mentioned 11 parking spaces. That was what is there at the time of my inspection. Subsequent to that, due to reconfiguration of the lot and so forth, it's now 5 parking spaces as well as a loading berth for the proposed development.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. And in the interest of time and convenience, we're gonna keep your testimony short because I know you too, like me, like to write a lot, and all of your testimony is contained in the expert report that you prepared. Is that right?
That is correct.
And in that expert report and based on your personal observations, then, Mr. O'Brien, is it your expert opinion that the proposed dispensary at the subject location does in fact meet all of the standard and criteria for a special use as set forth in the current zoning ordinance?
Yes, I believe that, and I have addressed the various criteria within my report.
Thank you. And Mr. O'Brien, towards those same ends, then, if you were to continue to testify here today, would your testimony be consistent with the statements and the opinions that are found in your expert report?
Yes, they would.
Thank you so much. We're happy to rest at this time and hand it over.
Okay, before we go to the objectors, are there any questions from the board for the applicant or the applicant's witnesses? Okay, we're gonna move to the objectors. Which one of you would like to start first?
I can.
Okay,
I
good.
can.
Could you state your name and address, please?
My name is Tristan Pratap. I live at 4250 North Marine Drive.
Okay, and what brings you here today?
I'm here because I'm here to voice a concern that I have about the zoning change application for the cannabis dispensary here. They mentioned that the social equity applicant has a majority ownership of the application, but upon review of the economic disclosure statement, they are listed as 50-50 in the ownership. And let me see. The Illinois Cannabis Regulation and Tax Act requires the social equity applicant to have at least 51% ownership. So they would be disqualified from having a social equity license. If they had 51 or 49% or some other ownership configuration, and that was submitted to the IDFPR, then that also should have been submitted to you guys, the ZBA, under the Chicago zoning ordinance 17-14-0303-G. I urge the board to deny this application until a thorough review of ownership percentages is conducted and all other relevant information is present. I have a follow-up question if the board will allow it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Did Green and Randall secure their social equity license under a 50-50 ownership structure?
I'm actually going to, I'm going to strike the question as irrelevant for this proceeding, because what the objection that you're raising is an objection with regard to the state license, which is outside of our jurisdiction. We are just here for a special use for a cannabis dispensary under the zoning ordinance for the city of Chicago. There are certain criteria that have to be met there, but that's the issue that we're here for. So the issue that you're raising is just, it's not the proper forum. So the question is stricken and it does not need to be answered.
Thank you.
Okay, do you have any other questions though?
No.
Okay.
Not matter.
Okay, all right, let's move to the other objector. Sir, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Ian Ryder, and I live at 1446 North Wells Street. I'm here objecting, full transparency. We know each other. We've been kind of following these meetings online, so this is the first one we've gone to. So thank you for having us. I'm objecting to this application for special zoning use. I'm concerned that the application lacks transparency and what was submitted to you, specifically their relationships with who might be involved, their financial relationships, specifically with Brian Zeisis. It is common knowledge that Mr. Zeisis is well known with a track record of acquiring social equity licenses under the Green and monikers. That's how I first became aware of this through a Block Club article. I think it was like 2021. Many in the Chicago cannabis industry learned of Mr. Zeisis's victories in social equity, as well as Dispensary 33's involvement with all these green and companies. So the article that I became aware of explicitly mentions Green and Randall. So I'm here today. So in the spirit of transparency, I think it's crucial that Brian Zeisis and Dispensary 33's involvement with Green and Randall be openly disclosed before this board as is required by the ordinance. His absence from today's meeting, his omission from the ZBA application raises questions about what else is concealed. So considering these concerns, I request the Zoning Board of Appeals deny the application until these interests are addressed.
Okay, did you have any questions for the applicant?
I would like to ask, like, a couple, if the board allows. What is the relationship between Green and Randall and Brian Zeiss and Dispensary 33?
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
We have no current relationship with Brian Sizes and Dispensary 33.
Okay. So follow up. You submitted 25 applications for social equity licenses, Green and Randall. So who completed and submitted those 25 applications?
Like many of the applicants in that round, we had application assistance from that team, which we paid them for. And then after that, we were done with our relationship with them.
And who paid, as I understand, under social equity, each application would be $2,500, so roughly $62,500.
That's what we paid.
Who paid for that?
Green and Randall.
Green and Randall paid for that. And who was the cannabis industry expert listed on that?
Abigail Watkins.
Miguel. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant?
No, thank you very much.
Okay. Are there any questions from the board at this time?
Yeah, I got a question. So I understand your questions. They were great questions. Are you doing this like a macro thing? Because I noticed you don't live in this part of town. So I'm a little confused. Usually I'm used to people opposing, they live by it, they, you know what I mean? They know the neighborhood. One of you live in the 46th ward, one of you live in the 2nd ward, and this is in the 35th ward. I Googled it, it's 5 miles, you know, so I'm trying to get my head around. You ask great questions, but
yes,
you don't think this fits into the character of the neighborhood? I mean, what's, I mean, I asked the questions you asked, you know what I mean? They said they're
Yes.
going to stay partners and they're on the lease and all that. So I get those questions because I asked the same kind of questions. You asked it a little bit differently, but I asked the same questions. But I'm trying to get my head around it. What,
Yeah.
you know, you're on Wells Street and this is on West Belmont Avenue, you're in Avondale. So you're in Old Town, Avondale. Explain to me.
Sure. Well, I've watched these meetings since COVID, really since 2021 started going on. I actually have seen you, Commissioner Toya, fight with Brian Zeisis. I've been wanting to get more involved. I'm interested in law. I literally just picked this. I saw Green and Randall. I watched Black Club. We talk about investing together sometimes. We talk about macro marijuana trends.
Okay, I got it.
So yeah,
You're a citizen
we
of
came to this. We're
Chicago,
not
and
experts.
I appreciate that. You live in the city of Chicago, so
Yes.
that's great. I like to be educated. I
Yes.
like to ask questions. Communication, education are the key to success. So that's what I'm doing here. Thank you.
Can I ask one question? I want to make sure I understand. Is there anything that you referenced a Block Club article and other things? Is there anything about those things that, to the commissioner's point, goes to the criteria in the statute for special use? Is there any criteria of the special use that your objection relates to, or is it unrelated to that?
Well, as I understood it, it was a requirement to disclose. I mean, for the ordinance here to the zoning board, I thought that all parties should be disclosed. So that's what I asked them. And
Just about ensuring that the proper applicant was just.
yes,
Okay.
that
and-
everything was honest. Everyone agreed.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for your concerns too. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll turn back to Counselor Barnes and the applicant for a brief rebuttal if necessary and closing.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, esteemed members of the board, as well as thank you to the objectors for spending some time here today and having a voice in this process. So towards those same ends, I just want to confirm one thing with Green and Randall, either Sarah or Daryl, if you can please answer, just reconfirm, do you have any current agreements? Or does Brian Zamatis or Zeisis, first of all, answer the first. Do you have any current agreements or contracts with Brian Zeisis?
In regards to this matter, absolutely not.
Thank you. Towards those same ends, does Brian Zeisis hold any interest in Green and Randall?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, we did submit a full copy, actually 2 copies of the state license with our application that has a disclosure of absolutely every single person or entity that has even nominal interest in Green and Randall, as well as Nature's Grace and Wellness. So we do believe that we've satisfied the disclosure requirements for this application. And as well, I did not hear any objections that were related directly to the special use criteria. So I don't have much on rebuttal in that regard. So we'd be comfortable resting at this time unless there's additional questions for our team.
Any questions from the board at this time?
No.
Okay, we will
Thank
take this
you.
matter under
Thanks
advisement.
so-
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
4123 S, 5401 North Wolcott.
Thank you.
All right, while everyone is getting situated, I will go ahead and read the department's recommendation. This is the recommendation for calendar number 241-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a sports and recreation participant physical fitness center facility within an existing one-story industrial building, provided one, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Chicago Baseball Club LLC. 2, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the proposed site plan dated July 6, 2023. Partial dimensioned site plan dated July 13, 2023, and the floor plan dated January 26, 2023, all prepared by Jonathan Split Architects LTD. And 3, the applicant removes or disables the controls for the overhead garage door and the permanent bollard are maintained throughout applicant's occupancy/use of this space. With that, Counselor Moore, if you could give us just a minute or less on what this application is about, and then have your applicants swear to their affidavits and reports. But first, if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. And the board has already recognized Mr. Ryan's expertise.
May I just tell the story through the testimony very fast?
Sure.
Will you tell the board who you are? Yeah,
Oh, it's
not on.
there we go.
there you go.
My name is Joe Perona.
And Joe, you're a lifelong baseball player and coach, is that right?
That's correct.
And you particularly you coach in the summer, and in the winter you have a skills camp, and you needed a place indoor when it's real cold to help your players have enhanced their skills. Is that right?
Correct.
And you found this empty warehouse, and so you didn't know all the hoops you had to jump through, but you've been jumping through them, and we're here now. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the planning department first wanted you to brick up the garage door, but you've agreed to put ballards there so no aberrant truck could come running through and kill the kids. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so even though it's an extra expense, you've agreed to it, and you've agreed to the other conditions. And if this board sees fit, you're going to run your skills camp at this facility. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you and I worked out an affidavit where we addressed all the criteria necessary for this board to grant your special use. And if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with your affidavit. Is that right?
That's correct.
Will you tell us who you are, sir?
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group, with offices at 9455 South Hoyne Avenue in Chicago.
And if, at my request, you did a study to see if this would have a negative effect on the surrounding property values, and if it could meet all the other criteria necessary for this board to grant a special use, is that right?
That's correct.
And if you found that it would have no negative effect and that it could meet all of the criteria, and if you continue to testify, you testify consistently with your affidavit, your report, is that right?
That's correct.
That's my case in chief.
Any questions from the board? All right, we'll take this matter under advisement.
Thank you very much.
4223 S, 4323 Z, 4423, 523 Z, 4623 Z, 4723 Z, 3951 North Wayne.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and read the recommendation for calendar number 242-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish residential use below the second floor for a proposed 4-story 31 dwelling unit building, provided the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated July 11, 2023, prepared by Axios Architects and Consultants. Counselor Moore, short form.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Ryan, thank you so much. I think that's at least the second or third time you reminded me today. Would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much.
So will you tell the board who you are?
Victor Yakovlevich,
And Victor, you've appeared in front of this board many times over many years, is that right?
since 93.
And the this particular project is currently a Burger King that's lost its lease and the property was available, is that right?
Correct.
But it's in a location that has 3 streets on 3 sides. All one of them is really not functionally a street. It's more of an alley. And it has no official alley, is that right?
Correct.
And it's an odd shaped lot, is that right?
Yes.
And you're, as of right, you can build 31 units there, but the commercial makes no sense there, is that right?
Correct.
It's right across from 2 CHA senior buildings, and it's just kind of an island, and it just would not make sense to have residential, and that's why you're asking for the special use, is that right?
Correct.
And then there was a new law made that made transit served locations all pedestrian streets. So pedestrian street used to be, the idea was to build the building up close so to be pedestrian friendly, et cetera. But this happens to be near an L stop, so all 3 streets are now pedestrian streets. So there were a lot of hardships and that's why we have so many variances to come into compliance with a odd shaped lot with 3 streets and no alley. Is that right?
Correct.
And you and I worked out an affidavit where you addressed all the criteria necessary for the board to grant these variances in this special use. And if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with it. Is that right?
Yes.
Will you tell us who you are, sir?
Nice to see everybody today. This is Bill Kokalius with Axios Architects, 188 North Wells, Chicago, Illinois, project architect.
And you worked with this property that had a number of hardships and problems. And if the board saw fit to grant the variances, it will be totally in compliance. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
And you and I worked out an affidavit where you addressed all the criteria necessary for the board to grant these variances. And if you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistently with it. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what is your name, sir?
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group, with offices at 9455 South Hoyne Avenue in Chicago.
And I asked you to do a report on whether or not it made sense to have a full residential building at this location, and whether or not doing that would have a negative effect on the surrounding property values, and if it could meet all the criteria necessary for special use. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what were you able to determine?
that the residential and parking on the first floor would have no detrimental effect on the property. In fact, I had praised the Burger King several times and was a poor performing store, and how this property is situated, the residential and parking makes much more sense.
And if you continue to testify, you would testify consistently with your report. Is that right?
It would.
That's our case in chief. We are available for questions.
Yeah, has there been any input from the alderman on this
Well,
project?
yeah, a little bit. We were in the 47th ward when we started, and I had interaction with Josh, the Alderman Martin's person. And then I sent then as of 6 weeks ago or so, we were moved into the 46th ward, and I sent the plans to the new lady. Deb was the lady I sent them to, and a different lady called me back. And we had, with Nancy, we had many little tweaks and changes, and I sent those revised plans to her, and we haven't heard anything further.
Okay, okay.
So you have been in contact with Alderman Clay's office?
Yes.
Because I mentioned this earlier today too. I mean, it's great that it started in 47, but it is in 46 now. So
Right.
things change. We
Well,
always know
that's why I
that.
sent
So-
it and said if there, if
Right.
you need, if, and I said, because, you know, Nancy kept having some more things. So I said, if there's anything more, we'll send it. And if you have any questions, please call me.
Sure. And let me ask staff, have you heard anything from Alderman Clay in the 46th ward on this?
Nancy has her
Nancy, sorry.
hand
Yeah,
raised.
I didn't see you back there. Twice now I saw you. I see it now. All right, Nance, thanks.
Yes, we actually, someone from the alderman's office had reached out to Victor. And then in response to that, we ended up getting connected with Anna Gabler. And Victor and I had a Teams call with her. We went through the entire project. We explained what it was. We asked her if you know, the alderman or the alderwoman had any concerns.
Alderperson.
Alderwoman, some of them like to be, yeah, so alderperson, okay.
That's what,
Um,
that's what they cost.
And she said the concerns that they had heard was just a concern about traffic. But once she looked at the plans and noticed that the curb cut on Wayne was being removed, that they seemed to be okay with that. And then she just asked to be, she was aware of the last round of revisions that I had sent to Tom about extending the pedestrian walkway along Lakeview and about getting it into code compliance for the parking lot and the landscaping. And so she was aware that those revisions were coming through and didn't have any concerns with those.
So basically, the alderperson's staff person was okay.
Mhm.
Which was okay. Good enough for me.
Then I just have a question that I think someone here can answer. Because whenever, you know, I saw that in the materials that the claim of the hardship was the irregularly shaped lot, but then I'm looking at the size of the lot. This is a very large lot. So can someone kind of walk me through a little bit the hardship with regard to the variations?
So, but the thing is, so when, many years ago, we started with the pedestrian street stuff, and there's many, you know, you have to, for instance, you have to have the building 5 feet away from the lot line. Well, now with last July's ordinance, it makes any street within 2,600 feet of an L stop to be a pedestrian street. So here we have 3 pedestrian streets on an odd-shaped lot with no alley. And you got to access the property some which way. And you got to have a back. So, you know, when a pedestrian street was just for the front, that makes sense that you want it up on the, but now you can't, you got to have a back to the building somehow. And so it's the combination of the new law plus the still odd shaped lot and the fact that they're all pedestrian street without an alley creates hardships.
Any other questions from the board? All right, we'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Case 23S, 942 West Randolph.
All right, I can see Mr. Ryan standing, waiting to be sworn in.
Yeah,
so,
you're good. Yeah, it's good.
Will those planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and read the department's recommendation. This is the recommendation for calendar number 250-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the Body Art Service Tattoo Shop. Counselor Fatikas, you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you very much, sir. Again, for the record, Nick Fatikas from the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Cuevas Creative LLC. The applicant has a lease for the 1,200 square foot retail unit located on the third floor of the existing building at 943 West Randolph Street. The applicant is proposing again to establish a body art studio space within that tenant space. In order to do so, the applicant is seeking a special use because the property is located in a DX3 downtown mixed-use zoning district. I have two witnesses, the president of the applicant, Sergio Cuevas, and our MAI appraiser, Mr. Joseph Ryan. And with that, Sergio, please state your name and address for the record.
Sergio Cuevas at 311 West Illinois Street.
And you are the managing member, president of Cuevas Creative LLC, which intends to do business as LMNOP Tattoos.
Correct. Yes, that's correct.
And again, you have entered into a lease for the retail unit on the third floor of the subject property. Is that right?
Yes.
And earlier in this process, is it true that we drafted witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. And Mr. Ryan, can you please state your name and address for the record again?
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI President, LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 9455 South Horn Avenue in Chicago.
And Joe, the scope of your assignment was to evaluate whether the requested special use would comply with the general criteria for special uses as set forth in the code. Is that right?
Correct.
And you inspected the subject property in the surrounding area?
Yes,
And you also prepared a written report detailing your findings. Is that right?
I did.
It's your understanding that my office submitted a report, a copy of that report to the board?
Yes,
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements, findings and conclusions contained in your written report?
yes.
Chairman, that concludes the applicant's case in chief. We'd be happy to answer any questions you or the board members have about our project.
Any questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, 251-23, 507 East 60th Street. Oh, and 252, yes, that is correct.
All right, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. All right, Counselor, you can proceed with the short form.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Agnes Plaga. I'm an attorney with law office of Jaffe and Berlin, located 111 West Washington, Chicago. And I'm here to represent the applicant 6161st and Alice LLC. I have Ben Van Horn on behalf of the LLC. I have John Hanna, project architect, and I have Joe Ryan, our expert witness, MAI appraiser. And very simply, we have two variations. One is for the site setbacks and the other one is for parking space from 3 to 1. This is a very narrow substandard lot. We have
Row house, right?
it is a row house. And we already submitted some Sandburg maps from 1950s that show that actually this property had been developed with a very similar building years ago. I couldn't find any permit for demolition, but we're basically trying to reestablish historic use at that property. A multiple hardship, not just the substandard width. We have only 20.5. The property, as Ben will testify, is subject to an RDA agreement, redevelopment agreement with the city. He purchased the property from the city. So there are some very serious obligation and restrictions contained in that RDA agreement. Then we have a connected communities ordinance. We are RM5, we are TSL, and we are also located in the community preservation area. So this trifecta of those location factors make it subject to connected communities. So we cannot build a single family home. We cannot build a 2-flat. By that ordinance, we are obligated to build a 3-flat. So that's what we're here to do. And with that, Ben, state your name and address for the record, please.
Benjamin Van Horn, 424 Addison Road, Riverside, Illinois.
And you are the manager of the applicant LLC.
Yes.
And Ben, you prepared your introduction and sort of like a mission of your company, which I marked as Exhibit K, which I would like to submit to the record. Can you very briefly introduce your company and talk about your mission?
I founded the company 23 years ago with the intention of building in formerly red line neighborhoods. It's called Green Line Homes. And we have built and are under construction over 137 homes in Chicago since then, and a good, what is the percentage? 90% on the south side, 93% on the south side. So we pride ourselves in doing very high quality work, trying to maintain affordability as best we can without government subsidy, building 2-flats, 3-flats for income properties and so forth. And we also build to a high energy standard. We've been doing all electric homes, LEED certified homes, ERH certified homes, filling a roof with as much solar potential as possible. So for many years now.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And obviously, as we mentioned, this is subject to RDA agreement and you are obligated to build this building. As a matter of fact, you had to submit a performance deposit, which kind of underlies your obligations. And if you don't perform, if you don't build, you will obviously lose that deposit, which was about $40,000, correct?
Correct.
All right. So Ben, if you are not able to obtain these variations and the lot remains unbuildable, you will default under your RDA agreement. You will not be able to make any reasonable profit on these investments. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay. And you actually talked to your neighbors. You submitted all the information about the project to Alderman's office and you did not get any objections from anybody?
That's correct.
As a matter of fact, you were able to collect 9 letters of support from the neighbors?
I think I have 8. Oh, no, 9. You're right. 9. You're right. Yeah. There's 10 was supposed to text me. I didn't get it yet.
Yeah, we've got 9 support letters. I marked them as our group exhibit S, so I'd love to. I apologize, Victor. I can put them later on. I'm sorry. So we would love to get them into the record as well. So Ben, you have.
Let me ask a quick question. Does this include the 2 adjacent neighbors?
Correct. Well, so it includes the adjacent neighbor to the east,
To the
west, to the west. And then we have the other side, it's a multi-unit building, which is tenant occupied. So I think we have 1 or 2 tenants from the building.
2 in there. I
Yeah,
knocked on all the doors.
yeah. He actually walked the block. He called many of the people that we sent the notices to. So he talked to probably more people that we got the letters of support. Some people just would rather not sign their names these days, but we've done quite an extensive community outreach. So Ben, you've signed an affidavit which contains your statements in support of all the criteria for these variations,
Yes.
and we submitted the affidavit to the board.
Yes.
And if I continue to question you, your testimony will be consistent with those statements in your affidavit.
Yes.
All right. That is all that I have of Ben. John, state your name and address.
And Architects Inc., 180 West Washington, Chicago, Illinois.
You're the project architect
I am.
and you've worked on those plans since the very early stages when Ben was negotiating RDA agreement with the city.
That's true.
So without those variations, we are not able to perform under the RDA agreement. So it's a great hardship for the property owner and for the property.
I'm correct.
Okay. And you signed the affidavit, which contained your testimony today?
I did.
And if I continue to question you, will your testimony be consistent with those statements in the affidavit?
Yes.
All right. And Joe Ryan, not my last but not least witness. Joe, state your name and address.
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 9455 South Loyne Avenue in Chicago.
And Joe, you prepared an exhibit in connection with today's testimony. Is that
did.
true? And we would love to submit that exhibit marked as Exhibit Q into the record as well. So at some point. And Joe, in your professional opinion, based on the review of the property, based on the review of the neighborhood, all the application documents that we submitted, is it your opinion that whatever we're proposing and granting of these variations will not diminish property values within the subject neighborhood?
Correct.
And what is the basis of your opinion?
That there are row houses along East 60th Street and South King Drive, very similar to the subject, what is proposed. And that has had no diminution in value of the neighborhood or the individual properties.
All right, thank you. So that is all that I have of this witness. That would conclude our testimony. I do have one more exhibit, which is a legal memorandum in support of those variations. I did a little bit of legal research, and I've included some citation, including case law in terms of proving the criteria for hardships and for variations. So in case you find it helpful in your deliberation, I would love to submit this into the record as well. Sorry. And that will conclude our testimony. We are happy to answer any questions that the board members may have.
Any questions from the board? Okay, thank you very much. We will take this under advisement.
Thank you so much, commissioners. Good afternoon.
Next case, 25323Z, 3226 South Carpenter.
So cool.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. She's-
Okay, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you.
Will you please tell the board who you are?
Gedra Vencius, owner of a house.
And where did you come from originally?
Originally from Lithuania 20 years ago.
And when you got here, you settled in the Bridgeport neighborhood, is that right?
Yes,
And-
we actually rent this house before we bought it. And we love a neighborhood and to live in Chicago, so it's probably our great place.
But so you and your husband live there, but now your parents are aging and you'd like room for them to be in the house as well.
Exactly. My older parents live in Evergreen Park neighborhood, so we're planning to live together because they are too old to live alone.
And so you want to add a second floor, but this building was built in the 1880s. And so that creates a hardship because it was built before the zoning laws and part of it is on the lot line or very close to the lot line. Is that right?
Correct.
And so we're asking for a variance so that you can add the second floor so you can have your parents there.
Correct.
And you and I worked out an affidavit where you addressed all the criteria necessary for the board to grant that variance. And if you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistently with it. Is that
That's
right?
correct, yes.
Oops. And would you tell the board who you are?
I'm Lilia Gilazis. I'm the architect.
And you testified last month or the month before here in front of this board as well, is
I
that right?
did, yes.
And on this project, you're working with a 130-year-old building and that creates hardships to modernize it. And it's closer to the lot line than it should be, or at least part of your addition will be. And so we're asking the board to grant a variance to allow you to design a building that otherwise will be totally compliant. Is that right?
Yes,
And you and I worked out an affidavit where you addressed all the criteria necessary for the board to grant this variance. And if you continue to testify, you testify consistently with it. Is that right?
yes.
That's our case in chief.
Any questions from the board? We have what we need. We'll take it under advisement.
Thank you very much.
523, 3807 North Main.
It's good to be back.
It is good to be back.
Good afternoon. My name is John Pekarsky. I'm an attorney with offices at 55 West Monroe Street. And this afternoon, I represent Mohammed Abramarshad, who is seated to my right, who is the owner of the property at 3807 North Whipple.
Counsel, let me just jump in real quick. Will those planning to testify please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
All right, thank you very much. Proceed, Counselor.
We are, simply put, we're seeking to add a unit in the basement, which is allowed, of course, under the terms of the Chicago zoning ordinance, if the board so sees fit.
Actually, maybe I can just jump in right here. From looking at the materials, was this building bought as a 3-unit dwelling?
It was bought as an illegal 3.
Yeah, it was sold to you as a 3-unit dwelling. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you only found out that the basement unit was not legal after you bought it, true? Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, and my client, who purchased the building in May of 2022 for $460,000, is rehabbing the entire building, spending approximately $200,000+.
Counselor, I don't mean to cut you off, but I think it's a pretty straightforward one. I think you can have them swear to their affidavits.
Okay, fine. Please state your name.
Yes, Mohammed Abramarshad, 3025 Range Road, Elgin, Illinois.
Okay, now, sir, when, on your behalf, I prepared an affidavit, is that correct?
Correct.
And if I ask you the same questions that appear in the affidavit, would your answers be the same or substantially similar?
Be the same or substantially similar.
Fine. I have no further questions. I would introduce Walter Dorman. Walt, please state your name, address, and occupation.
Walter Dorman, Lineworks Architects, 3501 Woodhead Drive in Northbrook, 60062.
And Walt, concerning this matter, I have prepared an affidavit on your behalf. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if I ask you the same questions that appear in the affidavit, would your answers be the same or substantially similar?
Yes, they're the same.
Okay, I have nothing further.
Any questions from the board? We'll take it under advisement. Thank you.
Case 25623-G, 2443 through 49 West Summergate.
Again, my name is John Pekarsky, still is, and I still office at 55 West Monroe Street. And I represent Don Pasek, who's seated to my right. And we have with us George Simolis, who is seated to my.
And will the witnesses raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
This is kind of an interesting case, in as much as everything on that block faces south, except our lots. And our lots are lots of record so that we can build on them. But we had no entrance and egress. So the alderman vacated the alley to the north of us and then dedicated it as a street. So that's what we have. Now we're seeking to be able to build a 4-dwelling unit building on this lot, which measures 56 frontage feet by 81 feet of depth. It is also encumbered by an easement down the middle. so that it took quite a bit of architectural ingenuity to design a four-dwelling unit building, each unit having three bedrooms and two bathrooms. And with that, I would call Don Pasek. Don, please state your name, address, and occupation.
Donald Pasek, 6453 North Minnehaha Avenue, Chicago, Illinois. I am a real estate broker.
And you're the owner of the property.
I am.
This property was originally called Bryn Mawr Avenue. Is that correct? Or I'm sorry, Berwyn Avenue. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But after you purchased it and went through all of the zoning gymnastics, we are now dealing with a property that has an address on Summerdale. You purchased the property and then with the alderman, you vacated the alley that was north of and adjacent. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you dedicated the same space as a street. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in order to do that, you, excuse me, you are seeking several variations because of the truly unusual situation. This lot also has an easement down the middle of it,
That's correct.
so that you effectively are cantilevering over the easement with each of the units. Is that correct?
Also correct.
Okay. The easement is 6'10" in width. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you are seeking side yard, front yard, and side yard and front yard and joint yard variations.
that's correct.
And the variations for side yards are actually because of the parking, which of necessity must be in the front of the building. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Without the variations that we're seeking, which are myriad, this case doesn't work. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It would remain a vacant lot.
It would be impossible to build.
Okay, I have nothing further.
I just have a question. Has there ever been a structure on this property?
Not to my knowledge.
But it's always been its own standalone lot that's been zoned.
Two lots of record.
That's right.
And then my question relates, will there remain this utility pole right in the center of the front facade of your building?
We worked with ComEd to develop a plan that was acceptable to them and also maintain the easement. And they're going to move one of the existing utility poles and then install two so that the proximate buildings and our proposed construction can be served.
That's great. At your expense or at theirs?
They didn't say, the implication was it was going to be at their expense because the poles, the existing poles have been there since the 1980s and have to be replaced anyway. And the existing poles serve the proximate buildings in a fashion that's actually not consistent with law because they go over our lot to serve somebody else's
Right,
building.
right.
So my guess is that they're going to pay for it.
Terrific. Congratulations on that.
And
That's
the
a win.
easement is for walking?
There is a pedestrian easement as well as utility easement there. And the utility company told us as long as we maintained the height that was proposed in George's plan and the width, that they were fine with it.
I have no further questions of the client. George, please state your name, address, and occupation.
George Simolas, I'm an architect in the state of Illinois.
And you've been doing this for a long time.
This has been about 1.5 to 2 years.
Okay, you've designed an intricate building on an incredibly difficult lot. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, George, I have prepared on your behalf an affidavit, which, are you familiar with that fact?
Yes,
And if I ask you the same questions that appear in the affidavit, would your answers be the same or substantially similar?
they'd be the same.
You find, I have nothing questioned.
Any other questions from the board? Nope. We'll take it under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Next three cases, 4023Z, 4123Z, 3023Z, 65 through 77 East 50th.
Yeah. sign them off. Yep. Cancel your dinner plans. Don't cancel your dinner plans.
You're fine. You can tell it's not.
You don't want to keep it as your first meeting?
What's that?
I've seen a building.
Yeah.
No.
See, I knew you worked with an alderman. I got confused.
I have more.
You're talking Lamont, I thought that. Sorry about that.
Oh, me and Lamont go way back. 'cause he was the
Yeah,
state rep
I figured
for-
it,
for
in your
Gallup,
neighborhood
too.
wards anyways.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, Mark.
Good afternoon. Would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Excellent. Who wants to start here?
My name is Olabode Beckley, Olabode, last name Beckley, architect, structural engineer, president of Beckley Engineering LLC. We are here today to seek variation to reduce the front wall setback facing the public street from the required 10 feet to 3 feet for a proposed 4 and 5-story townhouse development with 7 dwelling units, attached 13-car garage and a roof deck with operable pergolas. Also, we are also seeking variation to increase the building height from maximum of 47 feet to 49 for a proposed 4 and 5-story townhouse development with 7 dwelling units, attached 13-car garage and roof deck with operable pergola. Also, we are seeking variation to eliminate the 7-foot landscape setback with 1 tree and a few shrubs along South Michigan Avenue, and to eliminate the interior landscape around 176 square feet with 1 tree for the proposed 7 dwelling unit townhouse development.
Okay, and I mean, I know this is a continued case. I'm kind of familiar. I remember the history. Maybe it's Brian, right? Yes. Yeah, let's see. Can we get Brian's mic? Okay. could
Good
you state
afternoon.
Your name and role, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Brian Friedman, Third Ward Alderman Pat Dowell's office. This is a continued case, as you said, Chairman. We continued for some various negotiations regarding the facade and facade improvements to make sure that the new building kept with the character of the neighborhood. I'd like to thank Justin Peterson with DPD and Victor Reza with ZBA for assisting with those improvements. They have been made and hopefully submitted to your committee.
Yes. we
With
have-
those records being incorporated, Alderman Dowell does support this project and happy to return this lot to productive use.
Okay, great. Thank you. Let me see here. Mr. Beckley, did you submit an affidavit? And if you were to continue to testify, would you testify consistent with that affidavit?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how about the applicant? Could you state your name and address, sir?
Cedric Witten.
Okay, and you prepared an affidavit as well, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you were to continue to testify, you would testify consistent with that affidavit?
Yes, sir.
Are there any questions from the board?
I just have a question, which might be in your papers, but I just want to make sure I understand your all's relationship to the trust that owns the property here. Could you just connect the dots?
He
for
is
me?
the vice president of Chicago Trust.
You're the vice president of Chicago Trust.
Chicago
Yes,
Trust
yes, ma'am.
Company, N.A.
Okay, and is that the trustee of trust number BEV 4182 that owns the property then?
Yes.
Okay,
Are you a beneficiary of the trust?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? We have what we need. We'll take this under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Case 9823-B. 1909-11 West Schiller.
I remember this case as well.
Contested case, but.
Okay. Okay. All right, will those planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. Counselor Moore.
Thank you. If it's okay, I'm going to start with the architect. Will you tell the board who you are?
Hi, I'm Peter Zelenko, architect in Chicago.
And you were asked by this condo board, the president sitting here, to do a simple little roof structure. Is that right?
That's right. It's a small pergola improvement to an existing roof deck.
And it should have been all permitted. It should have been all as of right with no variances needed or anything.
Correct. It was, it was all meeting the code, and I'm self-certified, so it was going through that.
And there is a what do you call it, a doghouse, and it would just build off of that, right?
Correct. It's a stair egress penthouse.
So you wouldn't be able to see it from across the street or anything?
No, it was the same width as the penthouse and actually slightly lower.
Yeah. So, but then when you went in for a permit on that, you found out that back when this condo was created, there were some discrepancies between the permit and what was actually built, particularly with regard to the garage. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah.
And the garage was less than an inch off to the west and an inch and 1.2 inches to the east. But the real problem was it was encroaching on the public way by about 6 inches. Is that right?
That's correct, on the south side. Yeah.
And if we have an exhibit here that shows that what appears to have happened is that the cement contractor did it 6 inches off. This case had been in front of this board for variances, and he did it 6 inches off the sidewalk, but it turns out the sidewalk wasn't the edge of the public way. So it was a mistake. But anyway, when you went in for your permit, this all got raised, and the zoning and building department required that we get this variance so that it comes into compliance.
That's correct.
And I've told you, and you're informed, that my office has also filed a request with CDOT to use the public way, so that besides coming into compliance zoning and building wise, it'll come into compliance public way wise.
Yeah.
Okay. And otherwise, if this variance is granted, this will be totally in compliance then. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you and I worked on an affidavit where if you were able to, if you continue to testify, you testify consistently with it. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah.
Would you tell us who you are?
Hi, I'm Brittany Kendall. I'm one of the residents at 1909 West Schiller and the president of the condo association.
And when you hired Mr. Zelchenko to do this pergola, you had no idea of the history of this property, did you?
Correct.
And it turns out that several years ago, when this board granted a previous variance, there was a lot of community contention about it. It's a through lot, and the people on the one street thought the front should be on the one side, and the people on the other side thought it should be on the other side. And it was an old church that apparently had fallen down or been knocked down or something. There was a lot of angst and history in it. Is that right?
Yeah, I learned that through this process.
But you were living in San Francisco at the time. You had nothing to do with any of that. Is that right?
Correct.
But we were the beneficiary of all that angst, and we've continued the case twice to resolve all of their concerns and issues. Is that right?
Yes.
And so they had 9 of them, and you've actually completed 7 of them. Is that right? And the only 2 you weren't able to do, one was to dig up the entire driveway and make it a green driveway, and it would have cost $40,000. Is that right?
Yes.
And the other was to camouflage the back staircase, and that would have had both zoning and building code issues. Is that right?
Yes.
And so, but they're now satisfied. We did everything that they wanted, and they're no longer objecting. Is that right?
That's my
And
understanding.
so hopefully you're going to get your pergola, and the building that was not in compliance unbeknownst to you will now be in compliance. Is that right?
Yep.
That's our case in chief.
Any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
very much.
Yeah.
Okay, I move that we convene into closed session pursuant to section 2C4 of the Open Meetings Act for the purpose of considering the evidence and testimony presented in open session. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we're in closed session. Right, I move that we return to open session. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, and we're back. We will now vote. Note that any motion to approve a special use will be tied to the recommendations of the department and any additional conditions read by me. First, I move to approve all continuance requests to the date stated by me. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the continuances are approved. I move to approve all withdrawal requests. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the withdrawals are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 239-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 240-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 241-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 242-23-S, 243-23-Z, 244-23-Z, 245-23-Z, 246-23-Z, and 247-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 250-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 251-23-Z and 252-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 253-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 255-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Absent.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 256-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 257-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 40-23-Z, 41-23-Z, and 42-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 98-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve the written resolutions containing findings of fact consistent with the votes of the board for board calendar numbers 38-23-S, 72-23-S, 73-23-S, 85-23-Z, 86-23-Z, 87-23-Z, 128-23-Z, 129-23-Z, 133-23-S, 134-23-S, 137-23-S, 151-23-S, 152-23-Z, 153-23-Z, 154-23-Z, 155-23-Z, 156-23-S, and 157-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Oh. So read them in. Okay. And also including calendar numbers 135-23-Z and 136-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the resolutions are approved. I move to approve the written resolutions containing findings of fact consistent with the votes of the board at its June 16, 2023 regular meeting. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the resolutions are approved. I move that we adjourn the meeting. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.